is it built? Remember those scooters from when we were little that just had the brake on the very end of the back wheel? It's somehow that scooter mixed with the throttle from a motorcycle. Because why did they make them go so fast? You got people driving next to cars on the scooter, or just murdering pedestrians. Because there's no tutorial. All you need is a credit card and you can just become a bullet. It's insane. There's no video to watch or anything. You just get on weed. I'm gonna say some things that are a bit conflicting in nature at least. Like, we saw a guy take a spill on one of these scooters, because why wouldn't you, right? And the way this man crashed didn't make any physical sense. Because he definitely crashed, like went over the handlebars, right? But by the time we turned and saw him, do you remember planking? This man did a mix of planking and a stop motion music video, because he didn't just slide up to us on the ground. He really like his whole body kept trying to stop on the pavement. I know that hurt. Glasses flew forward, flew off his head. Glasses weren't done flying. I don't know what I said. I was like, oh my gosh, like and I don't know. I wish I was a hero. I was one of those type of people that like springs into action. That's not who I am at all. I just kept standing there like, ooh. Wow. You look hurt. It's not good at all. It's not right what I did. And I didn't mean to do anything. And I didn't do anything to help. Whoa. It was my buddy picked up his glasses, walked up to him and was like, hey, are you okay? You know, and this is the thing, as men, like just as guys, right? For real, just it's okay to be hurt. I don't just mean that in some sort of like metaphorical, I mean like if you get hurt, it is all right to be like, ow. Because we basically watched this man die. But then when we asked him if he was okay, after he got done sliding, and he realized we saw him, we were like, are you all right? This man in front of us just started doing push-ups. Dog, no. You're not gonna convince us that this was part of the plan. That's only a man could like do something like, only a man could like wreck a car, fly out the windshield, wrap himself around a tree, and then grab a branch and be like, one. Like, in what world? You must be out of your mind. He was doing push-ups, and then my buddy walked up with his glasses and then handed him his glasses. He was about to leave his glasses. He was about to get back on this, because here's the thing, this is one thing that I can say I relate to with my man here. When I fall, I also want to make sure that I never see the people who saw me fall again. When I fall, if I fall in front of you, it's either me or you. I gotta kill you now, and I hate that. But one of us has to go. This is too embarrassing. And so my man was about to drive off on the scooter he just fell from. I assume he needs glasses if he's wearing glasses. This man was about to get back on the scooter blind and drive off just to not be in front of us anymore. And my buddy walks up and hands his glasses.
Life could become more challenging. Having said that, we've made dramatic progress over the past 3 or 4 years. And certainly the way that I look at it is that some of the key, if you like, constraints on economic growth, well, at the end of the day, it's all about economic growth. It's all about sustainable, inclusive economic growth. Yeah. Now, when we're at 1.2%, that is woefully inadequate. We need to be at 3.5% growth, just to stand still in terms of the levels of unemployment in this country. And we can all agree that those levels of unemployment, both within sort of the formal, informal, narrow and broad definitions, are wholly unacceptable and pose a real threat to the stability of the country. We can't have a situation which we do at the moment, where our second generation of youth since 1994 has come through the system, and 60+% of them cannot find work of any sort whatsoever, certainly not of a permanent nature, that they don't have the skills, the capabilities to be able to contribute to the economic uplift, not only of themselves, their families, their communities, but the country as a whole. So if we set as our minimum target 3.5 or 3%, and we're at 1.2%, I think we're going to identify that as a challenge. The second is that if we look at what happened in the journey that we've been through into the pandemic and out of the pandemic, the reality is that if we cast our mind back to 2020, when we went into lockdown, we had been just then downgraded to junk status. There are many levels and layers of junk status, and so we've drifted down through that subsequently.
Ginormous, gigantic, gargantuan, titanic.
I like that girl in the restaurants and was like, I got a phone, I got a phone.
I remember that girl, and then also,
you think it's coming back for some ass?
Most likely.
But it's okay, so y'all doesn't mean anything.
Who's got a boyfriend?
No, he's got a girlfriend.
He does.
I should speak.
Boy, not to us, it doesn't mean anything. Does it mean something to him? To him, if he wants to
No,
come
you
through.
think that he's so. You know he's so. If he has a girlfriend, so. But
We don't know the situation with him and his girlfriend.
Yeah.
We always assume people have girlfriends, therefore their relationship is strictly monogamous. And that's an assumption.
Yeah, true. You never know.
Hey, I show speed, man. It's crazy. And that guy, I envy him so much. He's living life, bro.
It
To
is.
the max,
Nah,
dog.
having a-
You know, I'm always saying life is about experiences and shit. I mean, this guy did in like, I don't know, a few days, he did more stuff than most people have done in this country, bro.
That was insane, bro.
Like the experiences he's done, bro. It's amazing, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, like
Is
I
he
wish I could live like
talented? My
that.
question, is he talented or is he lucky?
Talented. He's talented.
In what?
No one can be speed, bro. He's got a character, whole character.
For me, like, I think that's a good question, right? And I may be wrong. He may be talented, but it's not necessarily maybe the streaming.
You
But what
understand
makes
that-
it work is he's curious and he's present. And in his stream, he's just present in the moment, curious, and gives energy. You know what I mean? So many times, a small thing that somebody will just walk past, he'd just be very curious about it. You know, so I don't know what it is, but he's hella good at what he does.
Bro, you don't get those numbers without being talented.
He's good at what he does.
Ah, he's amazing, bro. Yo, fuck, man. Yo, that guy.
Because it's a good question, though, because sometimes it's, what is the
But
talent?
remember how many
He's
times
good,
people boom,
definitely.
like become so famous, they get numbers. Because now if you're going to make it a numbers thing, and then it's just a once-off and then never. So those people were then lucky. It was just a once-off thing.
Yeah, but he's been consistent.
Yes, yeah. He got the numbers once at some point, but remember, he got the numbers, he didn't just start on day one, and you are streaming, playing a PlayStation, or doing whatever they do when they start some, and then you got all these big numbers.
Yeah.
You got the numbers after a certain period of consistency, and then continue with the consistency, but also manage to grow the thing.
And
So
even
you gotta
now,
give
like,
him credit.
Even now, other streamers from America want to come to Africa because of what they saw.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Like, yeah,
Oh.
we gotta go to Africa, man.
Yeah.
We gotta go to Africa, man.
Everybody.
They found us.
Yeah, they found us, man. Yeah, they found us, bro.
Do you think? I think everyone's gonna be streaming in the future, bro. Don't you think so?
Slowly but surely, yeah. Because remember, the world is going, like, the content creation thing, the content thing is really serious. At first it was like a thing, and now it's like a career thing. But the best way to do it, because there's obviously prepackaged content, and then there's streaming. So not everyone, but majority of the world. Some will do it for commercial success. Some will just do it for
I foresee a world where like you can wear glasses, né? And then the glasses record everything that you see. Then you just press like a button, and then you're streaming, like so people can see what you see.
It's very close. There are already glasses. Actually, I'm planning on getting a pair. You know, the Meta glasses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Meta glasses.
Meta
They're
glasses do that.
Yeah, they record.
Is it the Ray-Ban ones?
Yeah, the
Ray-Ban ones. They
Yeah.
record. The recording is not that long though.
Yeah.
You know, they record like the video. You can't record for an hour, for example. You know, because of obviously the capacity, batteries, and
Yeah, but imagine you press record and then it goes
But
live in all your.
you can take a picture. You can look at something, snap, and then
Yeah.
you'll do like a Google Lens thing. So you can
That's dope.
take a picture of the podcast logo and say, what's this? Put it up, it'll run it through to AI, and it'll say, oh, this is podcast
what
chill.
it is.
And then you know ChatGPT how it says, would you like an episode or
And obviously,
whatever?
over time, it'll improve. You know, they'll have the first set that obviously just records for an hour. Next, they release another version now that has better, memory and.
Because a lot of, even currently, a lot of the pranks. So there are pranks that you watch on YouTube or on TikTok, and you're like, how do these people agree to being recorded by this guy? Because he comes up and obviously from the angle you're watching, it's as if he's holding the phone in front of himself. But no, he's actually recording it through the glasses.
Yeah.
There's this lady, forgot the prank. I didn't forget the prank. I forgot where I saw it. But the lady, this guy picks up money and then goes to this old woman, like, yo, I think you dropped this or whatever. And then she's like, oh, yeah. And then starting to ask, and it's a wallet. And it's like, oh, what's your name? Oh, but the wallet says CW. And she comes up with a name. Immediately, that says CW. Immediately.
It's my son.
Yeah, it's my son. You saw it, right? So, yeah, and the problem with those classes is somebody could be recording without your consent and not knowing. Sometimes you get embarrassed and humiliated or for being exposed as a thief like that, but you have no idea. So I like those classes.
Yeah.
I could have fun with it.
What did you think of the stream as a
I
2K? Fed check. Because maybe we're just too old.
Honestly, I disagree with the whole idea of you saying that what DJ Spoo and Nota and they did,
Yeah.
what they
That's what
did.
happens when you disagree with him.
You might get out. I'm going to make out the car. You know when the kid brought the board, balls in the ball with him team. When you disagree with him and then he takes his ball away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree agree with you about the whole thing of it being cringe. I mean, it's understandable. The way that they were reacting was understandable, and it was granted, honestly speaking. I mean, this boy is big, right? He might not be big to Ama 1K, but he is big.
He's huge.
He's huge.
47 million people are watching you, bruh.
You understand? So that can already paint the picture of how big he is. And I really loved it. I loved the fact that he got to see what South Africa is beyond,
In real time.
Yeah, in real time.
Beautiful,
and
yeah.
also show people what it is. You know, I like the fact that he was able to do all these different activities and also show us locals exactly what we can do, because we always think that fun is found outside, you know, traveling and stuff. So yeah, I just enjoyed the stream. I loved it. Yes, sir.
As a local, what did you learn that you can do in this beautiful country? Which
Honestly, I've never been interested in spinning.
you've always known you.
I've known them, but I didn't think it was such a big culture
Oh.
until Pop-Up started highlighting the fact that the car was flown from Cape Town, how Red Bull is also a part of it. He started highlighting all the people that were behind the whole spinning thing, and in my head it was like, actually, I've never seen a spinning event or anything like that.
Really?
I've only seen it on the streets, you know, when there are those certain people
No, there's
on a certain
facilities.
corner
Yeah.
who do spinning, and that's it. So yeah, it got me
I
thinking that
see.
maybe I should try that.
What did you think of the stream? Were you there? Shots, weren't you there?
You were.
Yeah, I saw shots.
So yeah, you were shooting the pop stars, the pop flick.
Yeah, shots, you tell us, dog.
Oh, yo, you
Bro, what did you think? Was it not cringe seeing
You
that,
meant
bro?
speed, dog.
I was there. I was driving back from Limpopo actually on the first, and then DJ and Pop-Up's manager called me, and he's like, "Yo, what are you doing tomorrow?" I'm like, "Nah, I just got back to Joburg." And then he was like, "No, let's go meet Speed. Pops is going to take Speed in his Kusheshe. You mind just coming with your camera and then we just vlog the whole thing?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, no problem."
And what did you think about the whole, how the YouTubers were acting and stuff?
I'll give you my thoughts now, my refined thoughts on that.
Actually, I'm 50-50 about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 50-50 about it. Yeah, maybe most of them, they wanted like a viral moment, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I genuinely...
How were the bodyguards, bro? Those guys look ruthless, though.
Nah, there's actually more bodyguards than what's on camera.
Than we
eh?
saw.
Yeah, there's like 50 niggas there, bodyguards.
Damn.
Yeah, there's
I
a
couldn't
lot of
believe it. I
bodyguards.
His team is big, no?
It's very big.
Actually,
Jeez,
very
bro.
big, yeah.
How was he? Did you say hi to him? Did you shake his hand?
Nah, not even, eh? Not even.
Yeah.
A lot of people say he's rude and stuff, but
nah,
like,
he's not.
I don't know, Ghost. Yeah, I just
Not
thought
rude.
because like, you know, he's live every day, and being live is not easy, you know.
Yeah.
It's like you're almost like in cruise control and like you're just floating, you know.
Yeah.
So I think even most of the stuff and most of the people, he wouldn't even remember them if he saw them tomorrow.
Of course, yeah.
So he's just like cruising
And all he cares about, honestly, with his life is the chat.
Yeah,
Anything
yeah,
around
yeah.
him. If it doesn't
And
make
any-
sense for the chat, he's not interested.
yeah, and any moment that can like anything that's out of the ordinary. That's what I noticed about him. Like,
Yes, he's curating in real time. Like he's producing the show.
That's it. So my chat is all the locals in the chat. I'm in the chat, dog. My chat is. That's the message coming in. That's the one key. I'm sure there's new sounds now. My chat is. All the content creators should have thought about this and should have been more creative, right? I get what they were trying to do, but in what they were trying to do, in hindsight, it looks very cringe. But my thing is, bro, you're talking to the world's biggest streamer, if not one of the top 5 world's biggest streamers. He just came back from fucking Asia. He came back from Europe. Guys who are technologically way advanced than us. How many content creators are there in Asia? How many content creators are there in fucking Europe? Don't you think it's like Mac now? If when he sits at the airport, can he tell the guy was about to ask for a picture? You can tell from a mile away that this fucker wants a picture. You'll see a family man with his family eating, and you know after he's done, he's coming for a picture. I can tell. I know all the signs because I've been in this place before. Speed has done so many streams in America alone, where there's so many YouTubers, and they're always trying to ambush the stream, always trying to catch their attention and push their marketing. So he sees it way before. So I commend the streamers for trying to get an opportunity, but you could be way more smarter. You can't just come up to the guy like, yo, stream, yo, Speed, I got a YouTube page. Let's play 20 versus 1. Come on, bro. They did that to him in Japan 1,000 times more than here, in China, in Mongolia, wherever he travels. So just be more creative. That's why if you look at Smooth, he didn't say, this is my energy drink. He was like, oh, cooler box. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, this is the best black-owned energy drink in Africa. More fire. What I'm saying is his. Because once this is his, the stream is cut.
Yeah.
Because also, I Show Speed won't have 47 million streams if he sits with every content creator in every country to give them a platform to talk about their fucking platform? It's like we on the podcast, and this happened, and I gotta address it 10 times in a day. And I get it, guys are hungry and they want to get put on the one platform.
Yeah.
But be smarter about how you go about it. 10 times in a day, yo, so I'm an upcoming artist, or I've got one hit, can I be on the podcast?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, have you watched the podcast? I'm like, yeah. Have you seen us interview an upcoming artist that you've never heard of? No. But if we did, are you gonna watch the whole podcast? Truth is no. You'll stop watching in 5 minutes time. So I Shall Speak knows that. And if he sits with an upcoming content creator to put him on, I bet you probably would love to, but the 47 million people out there don't want to watch that. They want to watch him having a natural, uninterrupted by another creator trying to push his creations on his stream. That's what they want to see. So he's going to ensure that's what he gives the people, because that's what his priority is. And guess what? If the one day he sits with an upcoming streamer and the streams jump from 47 million to 90 million, guess what? He'll do that every day. And we will have every day an upcoming artist you've never heard about, because you guys love watching them so much. Because it works.
Yeah.
So my thing is 50-50. The guy should have been more creative. Then trying to,
Ambush
and capitalize on the moments. I get it. But don't do it in a way he'll see coming. That's what I'm saying. Smooth was the most successful. He didn't say it's mine. And he said it's mine, I was gonna walk away. But he was like, So yeah, man. That's why I get it. I get what they were trying to do.
What you got for us, man? What else happened while we were away?
So do you remember Felix Klope?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, you want to go on the show, remember?
Yeah, you had an
On
interview
Gagas.
with him.
He's the nigga you argued with on Gagas.
Yeah.
They say, no, you are, excommunicated and you are taken off. And they've used the law. Arabs, they still do that about Muslim. Even there, where the consequences are harsher, some of them, they still want to be slave queen, they still want to twerk. They've used many things, including imprisonment, sometimes violence against women, so that they comply. Because if women have power, you give them power, you'll see flames. I'm not. I'm giving you examples of nations that have managed to keep their women in control. Women must be here. That's why Afrikaners, they were smart. Afrikaners, they empowered men. Yes, they were men who were reckless, drinking, family money. They made sure that men are empowered. If I'm a lawyer, I marry a clerk or somebody lower than me. If I'm a doctor, I marry a nurse. If I'm an MP, maybe I'll marry someone lower than me. Not the other way around, because women, they get tired. They are not meant to lead. Women are emotional. They get tired. Even if you marry Oprah, get tired because I've been supporting you, maintaining you. They get tired if she buys you a car, buys you a house, and then she'll abuse you. You'll see flame. People will know. So women, they just get bored sometimes. For no reason. They act on feelings, temporary feelings, and they make permanent decisions. That's why today, what used to be in the past, a normal squabble, lover's quarrel, it results into breakup now. It's a lover's quarrel, it's a breakup, it's ghosting, it's like, no contact, and then that's it. The relationship has ended. Because also you've got simps. These losers in politics, they've created a culture of simps. You post one picture, 10,000 hungry men, phones and say nice, and they want her to smash. And then she takes those 10,000 thinking that, it's value, and she wants to compare them now. And then years later, she comes back to you. Recently, I bumped into these women, and I attended a memorial service this week. I saw one. This woman didn't want a child. Pushing a career, there's nothing wrong with that. But people must know, biologically, they've got a time frame. When you get to 30s, you can use, the advances in medical science, but your chances are becoming narrow and now. You're going to have to have a lot of money, to circumvent some of the problems. She was always saying, no, I don't want a child. We separated for whatever reason. She came back, she now has a child. She wants me to take her serious. Am I mad? As men, you don't want to push family line of another person. I have 3 of them that I know. Let's go there. And she wants me to take her serious. They want marriage. I've got 3. I want marriage. Why didn't you force a marriage to the very same guy that you gave a child? You chose to give the highest price that a woman can give to a man, a child, to a loser. And many of them, they do. Their first children, they come from losers because of the guy who drives a polo, who is funny, and all that fades with time, and then they want you. And I still believe that they never outgrow that, because women are something else. They want to fix, they want to conquer, they want challenges, they want a man who's going to give them challenges, they want stories to tell their toxic friends, which mine does this, I did that. If you don't give her something to report back to your toxic friends, it's like you're boring like Kaka, she'll leave you. She must have something. Hey, this guy, he sleeps with me, like Beauty and the Beast, Nandipa and Bester, King Kong, Escape, King Kong. This woman falls in love with the King Kong. Like, now it's happening. Back in the days, beautiful women didn't just fall for gorillas. Now it's easy. All women are easy. All relationships are transactional. Look, in context, relationships are transactional in a sense that I want something. I want to continue my gene, generation. offer me something. Now I offer you something. I offer you protection. I offer you support. Now I can't even, offer it because women have been elevated. When you elevate them, I don't want a child. I don't want you. I don't want a man. Some of them, they say all men must be done away with, But now, other than that transactional, we've gone into higher mode, prostitution. Prostitution is when you pay for sex. When you pay for sex.
Yeah.
All relationships, before you could date, people, they've lost their virginity because somebody took you to what they paid. Somebody took you to you lose the virginity. Because somebody, that's a minor 600 rand. A minor allowance. Like 2,000, 5,000. And that person can do more. Short. I'm on sex tapes, I'm on Instagram, showing bums, devaluing yourself. And it's want exclusivity. There are certain things that all women want, productivity. There are certain things, no matter what feminists do. But nowadays, all women are easy. Beautiful or not beautiful. As long as a guy is money. Friend, friend, he's and then once a friend says yes, they'll never listen to you. Back in the days, the brother and the father had a final say with no, this one. The relationships were arranged. Arranged marriages were the best. And the people will say choice. You don't have a choice because you are choosing according to the size of the pocket. And the size of the pocket gives you access to a certain level. If I'm a multimillionaire, the type of women I'm exposed to are not these ones. In the lower ends. So it's not a choice. It's the type of wallet that you have. Your woman is a reflection of your wallet. So marriages, they're arranged, and marriage is a partnership. It's what you bring. But now beyond transaction, it's becoming prostitution. It's what can you do for me? Who buy me this? Who time? Who take me out? Who buy me a gift? The next thing you're banging. You're banging. The second date, even the first date you're banging. You bring flowers, nyana. Women, they've betrayed. What's supposed to be valued? What cannot be repeated? Cannot be retained twice. Who's a month later say, I know my worth. So weird. You know your worth after you've been pierced by losers. You know your worth once you're done. And then you ask a person, what is it that you give me that you haven't given to other men? Men who are lesser than me. Nothing. You say, okay, you're a princess. You know your worth. What is your worth? I don't want your money. Tina, guys, you don't want your money. We want to provide because once a woman provides, you're taking that road away from me and then I become useless. Tina, we like it even when you're driving cars. But I know the direction. That's why we don't ask for directions as men. Let's pay people. Why am I boozy? Because I am the king. How can the king ask for directions to a peasant? I'll say, no, I think I know. We'll get lost, but we'll find it. And I feel great because I found it without help. So once a woman starts doing all those things, a woman gives you a card with patat, you might do that for a short space of time, but there's shame to it. Guys, we value certain things. Honor. Slaying the dragon. Even when you shake hands to a contract, once you move away from that contract, there's shame. There's disrespect. We don't value you. But women, it's like, 20 years of marriage gone because of a feeling that I'm no longer happy here. And then happiness fluctuates. Next day you're happy. We don't build the world based on happiness. Otherwise, if we did certain jobs because we're happy, there will be no progress, there will be no civilization. Alexander the Greek took men to wars, about King Arthur, Shaka Zulu, because they were not happy all the time. At some point, they'll go to terrain which are not conducive, going to Lesotho, snowy mountains, go to Mushweshwe. I heard but Mushweshwe was never defeated by whites. How can they defeat you if you're running away? Of course, you cannot be defeated if you go into Tower of Sea and on top of the mountain and you roll back down the stones. You can't be defeated, but you can be starved. That's why you could be surrounded by them Senegazis or the Shagas, and they say, what you say now? He says, okay, take the cows, leave us alone. But anyway, that's me digressing. But it is like that. Nowadays it's like, it's quite sad because of the Sims. And the Sims, they've created this thing of feminism. People thinking that, I'm sexually liberated. In whose benefit? Once a woman says I'm sexually liberated, you are just prey. Once a woman saying, you know what, I can choose men or I want to have multiple sex partners or whatever, it's liberty. You're not liberty. It's like a springbok going to lions and saying, why not? They want to chow you. And then you're making it easy for men. So this is where we find ourselves. So
okay, that's the problem. They are happy to be child. They are happy to be exploited.
For now, they don't. But eventually, it catches up with them. Check about Vivica Fox. Vivica Fox now is probably chasing 60. Wants a man. I mean, a man to do what? All along, we free. About Harry Bailey. They're naked on social media. When they get to their 40s, they get naked. About Nadia, all these influencers, when they get to their 40s, they start taking off their clothes and they start competing with these younger ones. And one thing that I like about women, I still attract younger children. Some I ignore them. 28, 29, 30, I attract them. Some I tell them, baby, young, but I don't care. And they get jealous because they realize with the clock, the machine, the guy like dad. And they'll say, oh, how old is this child? They'll ask, how old is this child, Ike? She's a woman. She's 27. Ooh, because they realize that they can no longer go back because the woman's value, it's her femininity and her sexuality. Because she didn't, beg so many bodies and the fertility act. Once you're no longer fertile, what is it that you bring to the table? What is it that you bring? Can't give me a child, you've been hammered by useless guy. What is your value? Because your value comes because, like God said in the Bible, Zalalani Nande, expand, spread. How can it be that you're a billionaire, you accumulate all these things, and then you don't have children? Nowadays, they don't want children. They want to post on social media. Why? Those who have children, they've had children with losers. Guys that they thought they're hot. Gorillas. And then they're gonna force you to accept their children, and then they must deal with this guy because this guy is in her life forever. So this is where we find ourselves, And as a guy, I normally tell guys, "Good when your clock, you get better with time because you acquire value. Women, they are born with value. It's for them to preserve it. They lose it with time. We acquire it. We work towards it. Of course, there are those guys who are having issues, infertility or whatever. But you can solve it. Only money. Once you've got money, you can solve it. There's certain things that you cannot reverse. That's why even in modeling, when I was still a model, modeling is dead. Women were available. I came, because I come from a different culture. I thought it was exploitation. They said, no, female models are valued when they are 16, 17. I remember we did a was a model of the year. I was one of the finalists. We gave Iframe Model 1, with 20 models. About that, C2. 1994, 95. There was another lady who won. I think it was Tanya for or whatever. Once you've won, you become a supermodel. A friend of mine, Richard Factory, was also there. He won. He's good looking. And I remember one photographer says, no, he's old. He's in the 20s. Guys, they got value as their hair became whiter, modeling, as they were getting more wrinkles. That's why all the models, they earned more. That's why you find about, who's this guy who advertised in Nescafe? George Clooney. He's more available now than he was back in the days. Even Morgan Freeman became better now. With time, with white hair, with there's so many actors, like that. And then they get jealous, they want to compete, and they realize that they cannot compete with that. So I tell guys, don't worry, make money like dust. You'll get to a point where you're okay, you're now choosing, they now come to you. I still attract me, young kids. Now, I say, don't look at me. Some big and I'm Puma game, but you know what? Yeah, okay, you meet the criteria or not. I've never struggled in that department, for ages. I've never struggled, even in my 20s. There's never been a day where I was not hot. There's never been a day when I'm hot differently now. Yeah, so it is what it is, But going back to Ama politics, I said that I just wish the black people will take their lives seriously. Their country is going. It's going for a song. It's no longer sold to the highest bidder. They're also selling to the lowest bidder. And we're busy. I'm not saying people must not play. Once in a while, do a dance challenge. As they say, there will always be problems. But it doesn't mean we mustn't party. But we party, forever. The only thing that we know is alcohol. Have you ever seen a Nigerian drunk in the streets, smoking yaope? I've never seen an Indian. I've never seen other nationalities. I normally say that we encourage nonsense. I check on social media. All the guys who are famous. Guys are teams all the guys who are now celebrities. Look, social media is good because it broke the monopoly of the industries. People who thought that there'll be gods forever, go media, go record companies, go record companies, think they'll exploit girls. So social media opened up, a gateway. But that's what happens. If there are no parents, the children, they misbehave. I mean, we started promoting nonsense. Check all the people who are popular, go social media, go TikTok, go Tekeleke. I know the original Tekeleke, man. Talented, Tekeleke. Bang Feti. Not this nonsense. This guy is retarded. He must be confined to a mental institution until he's fine and lose weight. No, there's another guy about to Tekeleke. I think we'll be Pitori somewhere. You're talking about, what is common? The guy is mentally retarded. He needs to be protected. There's so many. We promote. Sotoabant is not even at school, I know girls like that. They were failing every test, 0 out of 50. But when the teacher is not there, they talk about sex. They tell other girls, oh, we went to this party and this. I was not band. And I don't know Kanye because Kanye is very brilliant. He's a sharp mind. Kanye is sharp, intelligent. It's a whole face. Because now we're promoting this prostitution, the whole face. Kim Kardashian. Beyonce started with the nonsense. All the single ladies, all the ladies making money. You don't hear other nationalities, all the ladies making money. You don't hear whites, feminists fighting their own. Indian feminists fighting their own. Jewish feminists fighting their own. Calling their own toxic masculinity, misogyny, white men are trash. You never hear that. Even though the white man created everything. It's a white man's world. We're also victims. We are victims of the system. We're also victims of our own doing. Sometimes because it's nobody who retarded because we like these guys who are exploiting us. So this is where we find ourselves. Turkeys must take themselves seriously and act accordingly, like other nationalities. Ethiopians, they support each other. They don't even buy their food. Somebody goes to a shop. This guy, they'll be coke, in the spaza shops. Guess where he goes? I've seen them, buy Woolworths and buy coke because they know they're feeding us poison. They don't do that. Mozambique, they support each other. Zimbabwe, they're supporting each other. They're here to displace us, like all foreigners, be it Greeks. You don't find the Zulu mafia. You'll find the Cyprus mafia, Jewish mafia, Colombian mafia, Mexican mafias. They're here. It's our, our case, Baba. You'll find them. You don't find petty mafias, but they're there. Teenager, we are just, I don't know. You see now, I normally say this. A person who's living now, post-millennia or post, Y2K, is better off than someone who's living in the 1300s. If you lived in the 1300s, you could have been a slave. Nowadays, you've got the phone, you've got the access. I used to say that before the invention of social media, I said when you're in Gauteng, there were more than 7 PSL teams. There were studios, there were schools, Go Funda Center. You know, you could be whatever that you want. You could ride a bicycle. There was exposure. There was SAPC. There was Soweto Community Radio. The Voice of Soweto. There was YFM coming. So everything, you know, Kuma cities. Now it's even better. All in one phone. But you're not exploiting this. I heard with the other nationalities, Chinese, their TikTok is different from ours. The algorithm is different from ours. They are watching things that they need to watch so that they can become better. The same argument I've made. With Tina, we don't adjust. We are crying forever, talking like it's 1960. You know, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the scientific socialism. It's all good to talk like that. But now, if you're talking the working class must win over, you know, the peasants. Who are the working class now? Zimbabweans. So we're talking like that instead of saying, what is it that you can do? Look at the initiation school. People say, no, you know, you're not, you know, part of that because, you know, you're Zulu. I'm no longer Zulu. Even if I was Zulu, it doesn't mean Uguti. I need to be a professor to comment about education. I need to have a political science PhD to talk about politics, even though it affects me. I need to be a doctor to talk about medicine, even though I saw Uguti. COVID was nonsense. Otherwise, no one will talk. You'll say, oh, about this car is not performing. I'll say, no, shut up. You're not a chief engineer at BMW, then you must not comment. So no one will speak. Hey, I bought a house, there are leakages. Listen, you're not an architect, you're not a builder, you must shut up. People want to shut you because you're raising valid point. I said, if we've got initiation schools, other nationalities, they're learning. You'll never find Jewish kids being stranded. They know where to go. Other nationalities. I studied with Indian kids. I asked them, where's your CV? He says, no, I don't need a CV. Go work for my father. There's a structure there. Tina, we've got initiation schools. I hear some time but most of our kings now, they're not clued up. You know, I'm an ice boy, I'm a politician. Even politicians, they have no interest. How beautiful, you know, would it be if there are initiation schools, maybe in Eastern Cape, Govenda, in other regions? You know, as a matter of fact, with the people who went to initiation schools, they specialize in this field, which is critical in the economy. Even if it's sports, we know, you know what, these guys, they're good boxers. We've got 15 world champions, and these world champions are contributing to the economy. Or these guys, good at initiation schools. You know, they went on to graduate, effort here. But you know, a certain critical skills. And Mpumalanga are the same. But no, it's not Mpumalanga. You know, if you go to initiation school in Mpumalanga, they will teach you how to farm. You know, how to look after livestock. Yes, assistant care. But you've got gender-based violence is still high. Rape is still high. Then you say 15 million people up to, you know, this year, from that year into the initiation school. Where does it filter through? Where is the, you know, impact of that? Getting worse. So, Tina, we're doing things that are useless. Things that's going to impact. You find people fighting, arguing about things that don't matter. I was looking in social media now. Somebody was, you know, posting something weird, elderly person, but he was asking who's got more money between this influencer and that influencer. I said, that is crazy. I think I was asking about who's got more money between the coffee and Trevor now. I said, how does it help you? You know, there's information. So now we incubate useless information. That's why I have moved away from these books. I used to read books. I've read almost every book. I read other people's biographies now because I want to know what makes this person tick. You know, what made this person tick? You know, how did he overcome his instinct? Then I can identify. I've read the struggle of Japan. I've read about the Hans, you know, Hungarian people. I've read about the Byzantine because I was interested in school. We're not allowed to do history. I read about the Vikings. I've read about the Mayan Empire, the Egyptians, you know, the Assyrians. I've read everything, the economy, what they ate. But as black people, we like intellectual masturbation. Don't you know that we're the first in the, you know, planet Jupiter, there are pyramids, and then what? Like about Dr. King Kong consciousness. The next thing, hit the cash app, PayPal. We are abused. And then we take that. Even our celebrities, I mean, wherever I go, there are people who know me from my modeling years, acting years. They ask, can I take a picture? They become surprised with Ike. You know, I thought you'll be hostile. Because they see this person. I'm a very nice guy. I used to be in national organizer, legal desk of the musician and actors union. We'll go, you know, Umatos. I'll force these guys, but please, can you greet people? These are your celebrities, people who love you, buy your music, they watch you on TV. Great people. It doesn't cost you anything. We made it. Hey, there's so many guys. You, to greet them, they will not respond. I remember at some point, you know, we fought for Bombs Universities or with Bachelor royalties. They got them. Bombs Universities, they got them royalties. Royalties that could buy houses. They bought cars, you know, SUVs. Sometimes people will say, no, we're not paid. They're like yesteryear soccer players. They earn more than an average person. I remember I was shocked one day. You know, I was working in Small. I greeted one actor. Unfortunately, I don't think he's still alive. You know, answer back, but that's my experience. I greeted Mkizi. Yes, yes. I regretted. This is the person in the office that came. We're fighting about SAPC. I'm a royalties, I'm a repeats. You know, he didn't greet me. I went to him, I said, listen, man. You know, we guys are window shopping. Next day, number 7. You know, he did this. Man, I thought he was joking. I greeted Johnny Clegg. He passed me like I did not exist. That's why I don't play anything with Johnny Clegg. I used to like it. I don't play anything. I deleted everything with Johnny Clegg. So many of them, these are people who and they power with Kolum. One day. I was sitting front seat at Pretoria, invited by Nakedi Ribani. He jumped me. He greeted Umbet, was the national speaker then. Manegambet. He greeted everybody. Magafika him on dump. Like Ulento, a friend of mine who pushed in Oponi. One day, Bantola Gano. Seated, I'm not saying this to demonize them, but I'm just saying, as an example, celebrities versus South Africa, they're nonsensical. I understand people sometimes, yeah, they can be too much, but you lose nothing by greeting people because you don't know.
So, met with the ANC, they said no. EFF met with the ANC, they said no. PA met, DA met, we said yay. Now she comes here. We have been telling people this thing is pure racism. Embarrassing the African National Congress. I must today say something. During the negotiations, I've never seen the ANC being so generous in listening to views. And now Helen Zille rocks up and say, nothing happens without me here. It is the Mises mentality which took us to exile. She needs to stay away from this thing because in the spirit, now she talks about clause 24. Clause 44, clause 24. The best example I can make you. If a girl, if you decide to marry a girl, the two of you say we're going to get engaged. That's what happened here. The intent is to get married. If that marriage doesn't happen, what recourse does that girl have? She can go to court. She can go to court. The court can fine me for not marrying the lady. But the court can't instruct me to marry her. That's the same thing happening here. She talks about the clause. This is a statement of intent. How are we going to form the GNU? When the GNU gets formed, it will then give life to the document. It will then. Now they want to make Fikile Mbalwe like he doesn't know what he's talking about. She didn't read this document properly. My brother, that thing means nothing.
And another thing that she said, that she seems to think the ANC doesn't also understand, and I'm interested to hear what your interpretation is as the Patriotic Alliance. Is clause 19, which is about sufficient consensus, because it talks to the party representing 60% of seats in the National Assembly. And Helen Zille says it's not seat in the government of national unity, it's seats in the National Assembly. And according to her, that means the ANC doesn't have that 60%. Even if they bring in you as the PA, the IFP, the people that have already signed, they don't get 60%, which means when there's a deadlock, the ANC would have to consult with the DA. The DA would have to rubber stamp whenever there's a deadlock. How do you understand clause 19 of this?
Clause 19, number one, the ANC doesn't have the power to decide what happens in the National Assembly. Let's start there. So how can the ANC bring out the document that says all the parties in National Assembly? Since when does the ANC decide for the Freedom Front Plus or for the EFF and for the PA for that matter? Sufficient consensus is for the parties that are signatories to the document. She's now realized what she's done. That Fikile Mbalula and his negotiators has got the upper hand. They outplayed Helen Zille. She's trying to ridicule them on your show. I watched the show. She's trying to make them look stupid. She's trying to make that esteemed team like didn't know what they were signing about. The ANC, the PA, the PAC, we can form 60% of sufficient consensus in the GNU. In the GNU. Where does she get these things? Here's the issue. Helen Zille knows that, for me, this was, somebody said something so profound. Helen Zille said nothing different than what former President Jacob Zuma said. He said this is a coalition. By her saying that nothing can happen without her, it makes it a coalition. She wants
Simple code. Valentina Begum Kaba.
I'm kind of not going to first.
A lady from Mamma, hey, you got a chest up there.
Oh, we just banana.
Yeah. Three. Okay. Yeah, let's go get some land. 3, 4. Okay, 3, 4 from Kaba. Get them some high. Get them come along. Kunjari.
Right Hotman.
Sirat Hotman yami. Hey, pingabe chisabed ithetha nabani?
Uthetha nokwenzekile Khalisa labejozi.
All right. Gama ke?
Kwenzekile.
Wabethele igama letime lam njani? Hayi, igama lam lo nhlonipho.
Uyaba ndithetha thumana phi? Bathetha ulwimi lesizulu ngamantombazana yabona.
Hayi lo omzalayo tata ligama lakhe. All right.
Yho. Ayibayizelo ndingathi ngiyambona.
Yeyiphi ingoma bethisobhe?
No, mthakolo bari Romeo.
Nomkolota wayisi. Hey manto. Mthakathi ngosiqoqisa kule. All right. Itsha ngivula mhlobo wena yafana. Ithi le ngoma le ingoma ethe yakuwela namhlanje apha ke eminxebeni. Sizadlala le ngoma kudala ke phula mhlobo wena senqosilinda wena sesiyapha ke emveni kwento zolapha ekhaya kumhlobo wena yafana kodwa ke ingoma iwinile namhlanje le nto sendiqale ngayo ngathi Romeo uyangikolota kodwa ke sifuna uya ngolihlobo xa sibhiyoza sibhilozele la ngoma. Laa nto leyo yenzeke phaa ke eminxebeni mphulaphula mhlobo wena yafam uyangikolota Romeo. Bakhona bathi siyakhalaza Elvis andiyazi bakwenzeka ntoni na ngawo ngoba sikhona apha kukhafukhafu.
Nansipo Romeo Pixarha AV wesigubhu lo lapha emqanduli kwasa phantsi komhlaza ujongisisi Dango.
AV wesigubhu naye uthi Romeo wangikolota uthini wena?
TKV.
Right. Yaphinda bengenile ke lo hayi basiva omnye apha kumhlobo wena FM apha kula macandelo ethu aka WhatsApp apha ku 88 2106 nationwide ba yena uthini na ngeli xesha nje kuba kaloku sifuna lento ba mayiqala naze wonke umuntu atsho athi hayi nam nditsho ndithi uthini wena?
Visto.
Sure, Bruce.
Visto.
Sure, Bruce. Romeo.
Bruce Somerset.
Sure. Somerset, Romeo. Uthini wena?
Pixarha.
Eke bawo.
Hayi ingoma elenzeleyo ngosinyaka.
Sinyaka plus cakes.
Mzekojana belungile mamfletch.
Shantaphulas. Okay, uthini wena?
Brahma eli. Mzwanele bandeni.
Mzwanele.
Sisengqaleni edumase. Hey, Brahma eli. Nguromeo.
All right. Wangikolota Romeo. Hey, madoda. Uthini wena?
Visto.
Oh yeah.
Visto Romeo yankolota. Ola el visto uzwa sinikweni Estates
Wasitela siqobe izandla lo ndawo. Sekuba lenqubo kumhlobo wena yafam ngoba lesibhongisa kudala basi ithatha kude. Lathalo umhlobo wena yafam. Mono and son. Ivaya Orlando side.
Dave Smith Black Mambazo-ke leli ngoma besithi bona hello sana buya baba sifumane-ke umntondo lwethu sancokola ngokunye naye-ke namhlanje sincokola-ke ngephulo lesebe-ke iphulo le-World AIDS Day. Sikubulisa sikwamkele kumhlobo ne-FM njani namhlanje? Sakubulisa sikwamkele kumhlobo ne-FM njani namhlanje?
Siyaphila. Kuhle kunjani kuwe?
Siyaphila nathi enkosi kakhulu. Ndiyafuna nje ukhe usichazele ngenjongo lena-ke yeli phulo le-World AIDS Day nokuba kutheni la lento kuzawuthi-ke eli phulo libanjelwe apha eMpuma Koloni kulo mnyaka.
Ngicela ngigabagaba ngalo siyayazi ukuba iminyaka yonke kwenziwa i-World AIDS Day nge-1st kaDisemba, of which is the World AIDS Day because yenziwa kwihlabathi lonke. Injongo yokwenza i-World AIDS Day kukhumbuza abahlali ne-community zonke nee-companies zathi idabi lika-HIV lisaqhubekeka alikami aliphelanga as long as sisenabantu abamane bexhumana i-HIV. Into yobana siqhube okoko uzakhumbuza abantu. So into yoba ke ngoku iziswe apha uDeputy President ufilise kulungile into yokubana makamve apha e-Eastern Cape u-30 years of uFirst within umthoko elawulayo mayize celebratelwa apha e-Eastern Cape. Siyayazi ke ngoku ubana kwindawo nganye sinee-provinces ezahluka-hlukeneyo kodwa ke sikhonjwe apha eBuffalo City apho ke sikhonjwe ubana i-Saduka Stadium iyaba yindawo ephakathi naphakathi eyawuzinceda into yobana bonke abantu baseBuffalo City nabazawusuka kwezinye bawukwazi uyawufikelela khona.
Okay, iyavakala. Uthini ke umongo enizawube nigxile kuwo?
Umongo esizawugxila kuwo njengoko senditshilo ndathi urhulumente uye wajonga wabona into yobana kufuneka abale into yobana ukusukela oko yaqala i-HIV ngaloo nyaka yaqala ngayo sele ehambe umgama ongakanani. Umgama ke uhanjiwe sisokola okanye amasebe esokola onke ezama ukunyanga i-HIV kambeni ka-health kwisebe belisokola kakhulu lona kuba besinika lisise amayeza. Iinzame ke zenziwe kwade kwaba kuyafumaneka into yobana amachiza akhona njengoko sizazi uba ngokusithetha ngento yobana abantu abapositive batya i-ARVs ke ndayazi uba ayo igciwane le-HIV. Therefore ke ngoku eyona nto sisiwayo
phambi kokuba nje uqhubekeke ndiyacela uqonde uba ndikuphazamise ndifuna siye evenkileni and then ubuye ke ngoku uqhubekeke.
Utyhafiswe yintoni namhlanje amahlaba neenaliti ndisholo iinyawo ngathi ziyatsha ubungabusekile zokudala siphathela i-Probetex. I-Probetex inamandla okuzibhekileyo imali zalo nyaka ufumaneka ngaphandle kokuba kunezezokuhla sifumanele inyako namhlanje nakwindlela ifamasi ekufuphi kuwe. I-Probetex omnye kwindalo ukusisa amaxabiso egazini. Ngale kwakho
Stroke literally killed that thing.
yeah, dude, it was awesome, man. And just to see it come to fruition, I think that's the thing that was really exciting. It was like, wow, like if somebody does something and they're really focused on it, that they can make something real.
You can actually make something happen.
Yeah.
And I've never done that before. This is the first time I've ever done that.
It was, yeah, I think it was inspiring, probably in ways I don't even realize. Because sometimes you get inspired and then it like just hits you later, you know. But it was awesome, man. Thank you. It was cool.
My pleasure.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you guys are making it happen.
Yeah, great.
It is.
Yeah, you know, I always kind of knew you could do something like that, but actually doing it, and actually watching it take place, and doing it like relatively low stress. It was relatively low stress. Like it's, you know, except for a few issues that you have to deal with at the club, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You know?
And you don't have food, right?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Oh.
Fuck food.
All the condiments and all of that just stains everything and gets on everything, I feel like.
Not only that, you get roaches and all kinds of other shit.
Roaches love ketchup, I bet.
Do they? Everybody loves ketchup.
Yeah.
I like ketchup on hot dogs.
Oh, dude, I bet if you could really get it out of a roach, if you fucking tickled him hard enough, he'd tell you he liked it.
I like relish. Relish is my favorite. Yeah, but we got food next door on both sides of us.
Yeah, they got everything.
Shitty Mexican food and shitty pizza.
Yeah. Just what comics deserve, too.
We got some good pizza last night, though. They got some good. I'm not eating it, but Attell got something from some high-end pizza place. Hoboken something, pizza something.
He's the funniest, man. Yeah, they had a lot of ghost stuff. Like, I grew up in Louisiana, right? And so ghosts and stuff was a big part of the history, you know, especially in the South. You know, I think... what
do you think a ghost is?
A ghost? Probably just some busybody that just didn't get all their stuff done.
Ooh, they were lazy when they were alive, so they hang around after life. You know what it's like? It's like those dudes who would hang around the high school after they already graduated. Like, what are you doing, loser?
Yeah, look at this ghost over here.
Yeah, look at this ghost.
Oh, they had a dude who would bring who was always dating like an underage chick, and he'd come and like hand the McDonald's over the fence at our school.
Oh God!
And
How old was he?
Oh, everybody thought he was damn Prince Charles. Everybody thought he was like the luckiest guy in the world. But he was older. He just like was an adult and
like a 20-year-old adult or like a 30-year-old adult. It gets exponentially creepier, right? Like if you just graduated and you're 18 and your girlfriend's 17, that shit is completely normal.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're 19 and she's 17, people start looking a little sideways. That extra 12 months makes a big difference. If you're 20 and she's 17, people will get very upset with you, even in places where it's legal, where it is legal in a few places, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, and if you are 35 and she's 17, you can't be a comedian anymore. I'll tell you that.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? I mean,
who knows?
I don't know.
But it's weird, like what's legal versus what's okay. Like it really depends on men, right? Because with men, like if a 17-year-old boy, if some 40-year-old lady fucks a 17-year-old boy, I'm like, all right, dude, how was it?
Yeah.
Is she crazy? What's going on? If she's hot and he's not coerced and drugged, who cares? But if a 40-year-old man is banging a 17-year-old girl, I get very upset.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very different standard for men and women.
Well, now I think a lot of women can be like, they can manipulate men too.
Oh, of course they can. They've always been able to do
right,
that.
but that never really kind of gets brought into context. Like a lot of older teacher women, they can manipulate a young fella.
Oh, they're getting busted all the time.
Yeah.
They're always getting busted. But they get this. Don't do that again. Hey, stop blowing kids. Yeah. That's what they get. They get a little slap on the wrist. They don't go to jail. They go to jail for blowing kids? No.
You think they don't?
No, I think they have like a little fucking trial and everything. They go, hey, get out of here. Just go. Crazy dick sucker.
Yeah, we're going to get you an Uber. You need to go home.
Unless she's trying to get the 17-year-old to impregnate her. Then you need to go to jail, you freaky bitch.
Yeah, I think
I'll ruin some 17-year-old's life.
With a kid, yeah.
Well, not just a kid with you. You know, he doesn't know what's going on. He's just trying to bust a nut. Then all of a sudden he has the responsibility of a child and you're making him get a job and he's got to fucking pay bills. And, what about his future?
He's going to fail science, I know that.
Why?
Just because he's not going to be able to do it all. He's not going to be able to have the job and get to school and do it all and take care of the kid. I don't think a child, you know.
Well, good news is it takes 9 months for the kid to come out. So you have 9 months of prep time. When you get your shit together.
Do a lot of men, you think, use that time to really grow up, and you think that's why God made it that long of a time period?
I do not think God had men in mind when he was doing that. No. If there is a God, I think they just wanted to make sure that the baby's a complicated organ, or complicated organism. Very complicated. More complicated than any other child of any other animal that's ever been born. Human babies are the weirdest.
Really?
Yeah, that's why they come out so vulnerable. Every other animal comes out, they can move around. For the most part. Although I did see a deer just a couple of days ago on my street. I was going for a walk, and the mama's deer bounced off a little, and I saw this little tiny
little tiny baby deer, squatted down and laid down the grass, because that's what they do when they're really, really young, because they can't run away from anything. So their best strategy is to kind of blend in and hide. That's why they have those white dots all over their body. The white dots, like say if they're in grass, the white dots obscure their shape. So predators might not see. And I think there's something about their smell. Google that. We finally have internet again. Google what is the smell of newborn fawns, because I think there's like some strategy that nature has with their smell. Yeah, the baby deer has no scent, so predators that may depend on their sense of smell have difficulty finding the young deer. The mother, always close at hand, tends to circle back towards where her baby lies to get the attention of the predator. Yeah, that's what they did with us. So
they're like that deer. They're like that.
Oh, it's false. It says it's false. Well, this one's. Where the fuck is the first one from? The Henderson State University. What a shit fucking university. No, go to the top. Is that where it's from? That's it. What a fucking. Hey, I got my fucking degree from Henderson. Dan Henderson. He's his principal. I asked him what baby deer smell like. He goes, "What are you, a fucking douchebag? Smelling deers?" This is false. Fucking pop-up for a fucking outdoor tactical backpack. This is false. Their unique scent is how their mothers identify them. In fact, they urinate on their tarsal glands daily, even when just a few days old.
Oh, they're freaks.
They piss on themselves. Going crazy. Elk piss on themselves when they're horny.
Really?
Yeah, their dick is hard and their dick flops up and down when they scream. Their dick flops and they start pissing all over themselves. They piss all over themselves.
I've never been that.
This guy.
I've never been that horny.
This dude's horny as fuck. And he's a young fella. That's not a big elk. Even though they're big, because they're all big. But that is like a smaller elk. That's like a 300-inch elk, if I had to guess. Cam Haynes might correct me. Look at this big fella. He's like, yeah, scratching on the ground. And he's trying to get his scent everywhere.
He's got that limb on him, huh?
Look, he's just flopping around. He's pissing all over himself. And then he's laying around. He's like, oh, they want to fuck so bad.
That's Joe's juice right there.
You know
that thing is serving, huh?
You know what's crazy about them? They're only horny like that for like a month.
Yeah, thank God, dude. They would ruin a schoolyard. I mean, that thing.
They do ruin a schoolyard.
If they ran onto a schoolyard.
If they're horny and people get stupid, oh, take a selfie. They get fucking speared like a 700-pound super athlete.
I would hate having that much wiener, I feel like.
Really? You don't know until you have it. You just have to find the right gals.
No, I don't think so. You think so?
I feel. No. Don't show me this. Don't show me this.
I think this one was okay. This actually wasn't the one I was looking for.
Oh, you crazy bitch. Get the fuck away from that thing. Jesus Christ.
The bison kind of attacked, but it didn't keep attacking.
Why are people so goddamn stupid for the gram? You know how many people have died taking selfies? I saw this video the other day on Instagram. This lady who died taking a selfie on the side of a cliff.
And can you imagine too because you know what's going on. There's a moment where you realize, oh, I'm taking a selfie and I'm gonna die.
No, I don't think they realize it until it's too late.
She was posing for a picture here, and the bison sort of just said, "Get the fuck away from me."
Yeah, he just gave her a little of that, like, look at her. She's still uncoordinated.
Yeah,
with her stupid backpack filled with fucking Capri Suns. It's falling down. Don't. Fucking potato chips in her backpack and shit.
Oh, dude, I saw a monkey and a young black woman fight over a bag of chips. There's a bunch of those.
Monkeys will steal your shit.
Cambodia, yeah.
They will steal your shit. They will run up on your table and steal your food right off your plate. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Give me that sandwich. And they just run off with it.
They don't care, man.
They don't care. Did you hear about, was it India where the monkeys started jacking puppies? In India, a dog killed a monkey, so these monkeys went on a rampage and started chucking puppies off roofs.
Oh.
They would carry puppies to the top of roofs and fucking chuck them off the roofs.
Like a Maltese.
Yeah, monkeys blamed for hundreds of puppy deaths captured in India. So they bring them up to the top of a fucking building and throw them. Villagers claim animals were carrying out revenge killings after dogs killed an infant monkey. Speaking of which, have you seen what's going on with orcas? So a female orca, the matriarch, the head of this female orca pack.
When you say orcas, what are you talking about?
Killer whales.
Oh, damn. All right.
That's an orca.
Oh, God.
So they started sinking boats, and they're teaching each other how to sink boats. Apparently this boat fucked up one of these orcas. Because sometimes what happens is something will go wrong and a propeller will hit. They've happened all the time with sharks. It's happened with whales. Propellers will fuck up a dolphin.
Oh, yeah. My friend Dave got pushed off a boat and he got hit by it. When we went over him, he got pushed off the front.
Oh, jeez.
And it fucking hit him.
Where did it hit him?
I'm not sure. He wasn't that great to start off with, but he didn't help him. I don't think it harmed him much, you know. It's like,
it helps some people. Some people get whacked and it helps them.
It helps them.
You know, the Kinnison and Rosanna are my two favorite examples. They both get hit by cars. Wildest people I know. Well, I don't know Kinnison, but I know Rosanna real well. She got hit by a fucking car when she was 15. Bad. She was in a mental institution for 9 months afterwards.
That's wild.
She was a straight A student. She couldn't count afterwards. She couldn't do math. Couldn't do anything.
That's unreal.
She got the lady. She was driving towards the sun, and the lady couldn't see. and Roseanne walked right into the street when she was 15 and got fucking clipped by a car from back then. You know, those big old fucking sleds.
Oh, this thing's minted.
Caprice or something like that. Some giant fucking...
Those LTDs or whatever?
Yeah. Some big ass stupid fucking car just cracked her. So so there's an orca attack in Portugal. So they started doing this. They say the boat something hit us. So this is from 2021. But what I'm talking about is very recently.
This was in the article that was writing it. This is an example of it, like the context.
So it's happening quite a bit off the Iberian coast. The Iberian orcas has taught at least 9 other whales to attack and destroy rudders.
Wow. So it's like a Middle Eastern thing?
I just think it's a thing with a particular area where the orcas in a particular area have had problems with people.
I see.
And so they've decided to let them know who the fuck is the boss.
Take action.
Yeah, they're fucking up people's boats.
It's hard to tell what's happening in the video, but they explain.
Bro, I would bring fish. I'd be like, I'm not that dude, I'm your friend.
Yeah. Here's a mackerel. Here's a mackerel. Here's a can of tuna. I would bring them.
Yeah, but they might be a little upset about the can.
I think they...
yakuleya thema lama lisipani la uma mkhulu manje tenda tawabira leki wongo uzobulala ingane hayi majoni sakane kids futhi kona yi futhi first performance yami market lane nangase market lane la market lane ngifuma khona uroni nyakala aceda ukushaya baba action aceda ukushaya yizo ngisho beka student so bekashaya so mina siza ngizoperforma yena ushaya lethi eskills so thina sipresenter so festival uyabona umuntu ombona e-TV last week umjida ngibona this week unaye la so ngikhula nje vele soloku-ke ngiza nayo-ke ngijoyina ke ama-community group after Tsakane Kids ngaya eBitsing embizeni cultural academy Tsakane saba ne-collaboration ne-Love Life and then after lapho ngeza e-YIT which was Khotso House so eKhotso House kula-ke bengibona khona ezibhaya nawe-ke lapho ngisakubonile nabo-Alfred Ntombela nedalaba so abantu ababhaya ngabona lapha ngabona nala emarket yethu namhlanje uzobuyela but then ke umuntu vele uku-theatre because after yona ngabaya ngihlala uqedile imatric so imatric ngiyiqeda kaso ngiyaqeda imatric ngiyayifeyila ngiyayifeyila imatric yami angina-next month engizoyenza leyishi ngayo-rewriter mangiceda uku-rewriter ngafela futhi ceda uku-rewriter phela bathi pieces is
ngiyacaba nami ngayiprepa azange ngipasi ukuthi ngayifeli I had to go
mangi-rewriter ngapisha futhi ngajoyina-ke le group lapha-ke yiBitsing embizeni cultural academy ncenga-ke namajita because bengafuni ukungena i-crime besesekuduzane beseyigogota because uyarandela ukathi itsweni uzoqala kanjani ukatha itsweni uqala ngaleyo ninini wuwe bese uyabona eyi why because ubeka i-history yakho yekonta ekhaya before it nayo wadala so ifamily yami beyineki-history fowethu ngeke hayi ngiyakusaseyike ngoba
azange uphuza abantu abadala wasiphuza self
mfowethu thing irejo mfowethu amnake mfowethu into lezi babuda ukuthi kunezinye izinto engeke sikwazi ukukhuluma ngazo ngake ngahambela efimbasha kabuhlungu kithi ngenxa yabangani so izinto engeke ngiyela ifika so kunezinye izinto engazikuzikhuza kuzo at first hand mangabe ngiyakwazi ukuyibona ngazo le izokubuyisela le uzobona ifawu akulokuzana ukhuzeli so yazi ukuthi ngikhule ngumuntu onganabazali time lami na-relation ngifuna ukuthi yabo so ngisase-teenage so ngikhuliswa amahlutmane wami nawo asazifunela nawo impilo
ukhuliswa umuntu okhulayo
amahlutmane wami nawo mfowethu ukuyabona ukhuliswa umuntu ongasipani naye usafuna isipani naye usafuna ukuzidiscovera ezumjida nawe ngabe uyamcela yabo into engibuyake ekhayeni njani so if kuya uzikhuza akekho uzokhuza ngoba nehlutmane yakho nayo idinga umuntu ozoyikhuza uyayibona so if kuya ukhona-ke ukuzikhuza hard luck uzofunda njengathi uzolimala uzosha bese uzokwazi-ke ukufunda ukuthi eish
So kunamasaying abantu abajwayele basho ukuthi if abakhuluvayithana yes phila ngalezo if awubabizanga ungayi mfowethu ngeke ufe angeke ufe kazinobunanda kuphela abuphe cabanga kunomuntu bekajabula ngo-2010 athi feel it is here kodwa thina this year besinenjayo kazi lesibili nabayana emadokotela so kubona ukuthi kunanda kufana kukhulu kuzayo DJ Sibuda la usazoyenza usazoba kumningi mfowethu ngeke kufane usala legend sometimes nazithi Pitori things Mamelodi or is Atteridgeville is it social group or is it down zithi social mfowethu kodi G khabo awuthina mulinela mabra niketsana go di age central yeah nekena go ka sengo ba re ke via Philip neketsama ga ba fita Valman le Bible school ke thewa ke feta transfer nya lenza ntse ma age nya iqabi social na hele go mema G kodi G ko makala nekithwa na awufika TT nekifewa thewa mo Villagas enjini garage Phume Joes ngiyayibona yeah bese ngene ke ngamagogo innocent awuchama useChris awuchama shout out to you yahasile mnene innocent ke mavuso ngawayinta kibo ke but ngiqale ngahlala uayanda city ngibona city ukuthi spaces so qala ngafika ayanda siyabona mthani mfowethu akwande la uthathe khona uthama you know the story yazi ukuthi sibuya kumhlaba wonke jikelele so ayanda city ke bangibiza ngahlala ngikufata esemasuka khona ayohlala eTamuti eseleni fletikal to me ke esanisa yeah ngihlala esanisa manje eTamuti noma kwenye out bathi bush ngifaka ukutheko ratuna ngifaka la ngitshela utamncela ngihlala yes pa so ngiyatravel every day stay theater until innocent but boy so mina ngilezi yesibula bengingokunyamalala ekhaya uthi unyamalala unyaka wonke mara ngihlala 3 months ngihlala 3 months kabani ngihlala 4 months aphinde futhi ngahamba yazazi ukuthi anginafobole angina-next asinanoja ngibo ngicontributor ngo-3 anginamali yenkukhu ngeke ngahlala nakhabutha bangifunwa okumulu Thembisa yeah ayi awuthamukele yake thaba ngifuna uyinja wena sinamba besigibela itaxi sinemali eshotayo sigibele sitshela udriver sesiyafoyitru yeah sitshela udriver sesiyafoyitru ukuthi awuthaba kahle kahle la siyashota ayi akasikwazi itaxi driver bona wena ukhuluma nganisangena wena ukhuluma nganisangena enanyanyisa manje I don't know how many times imali kufika eJozi iphela ke esangweni elayini yeah esangweni sicela naze chicken yeah mfowethu besicela la akazembe inqosi yami sesibone yami la mama ke ngitheni so ithembisa ke ngiyayikena ke kwanta nasemangweni uvusa imthini sobeka yini yeah isha yami usikheki apha boy isha yami ke ya umzini ke nale so ngikhula kanjalo kwena mabula ngihlala khabo bani until meeting out abathi uBenjamin Bells uBenjamin Bells ngimmithe uBenjamin Bells simmitha ngenza iplay nabolebu nenye awuthamba thulebu mphahlele shout out to uyena nomunye iproducer abathi uAndre Stalls so besenza iChekhov festival la eJoburg theater so samithana nabo Ben and then ngathola opportunity yokufunda eVets drama for life fika khona ke drama for life ngiyabona ukuthi la ngathi sizoshuba la mina ngifuna into ezofaka inyuku ngapha yisigela kumele sithathe inyuku kimi remember mabuda phela thina abanye sibuye emafamily
we are witnessing the death of international law as it was conceived in San Francisco in 1945. Begging the question, is the UN relevant, or it should be re-examined in the same way that the League of Nations was? As for Venezuela, I think the President of the United States has been very clear. Ours is diplomacy, and is an insult to the word diplomacy to talk about diplomacy in this context, is that we will get your resources. Hear him say, we have companies that are going to exploit the resources of Venezuela, and we are going to ensure that the resources and the funds realized will be helped to grow Venezuela. We are going to run Venezuela. If one doubted that colonization, classical colonization is back, it is. And Trump is saying it without mincing any word, without batting an eyelid. And Venezuela, in my view, is a test case. If I was in Colombia, I would be very worried. Because he is saying, you are facilitating what he is not and he's the judge, jury, and execution. It is a sad day for international law. It's a sad day for the question of sovereignty and equality of nations. That a country's head of state can be blacked out, handcuffed, and taken to a foreign country to face charges. However legitimate it is sad. But as I've already indicated, it is with President Noriega in Panama, Saddam Hussein, Muammar al-Gaddafi, and even as early as 1903 with Panama, one may even say with Haiti, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Dangerous times, sad times, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, and the dying of the least suitable. In my view, international relations is very nuanced. Because what would they do? Would they invade the United States of America? Because that is the best thing, that something should happen, that missiles should now be directed to the United States of America. But things don't work that way. The only thing that has now happened is that all the arguments that the Americans had against everybody else, against Russia and Ukraine, are now illegitimate. The argument that they have against China invading Taiwan are now illegitimate. And it also gives very bad ideas to some of former colonizers and neo-colonizers, that you can actually go into a country and because you are a nuclear power, nothing will happen. That is the danger. The best that the friends of Venezuela can and are already doing is to condemn the United States of America to hold sessions at the UN. But if you listen to Trump's speech at the UN during the last General Assembly, he has contempt for the UN. He was insulting UN. He was insulting the countries. And he's saying it is the United States of America that counts. The rest of the world does not count. Because his language is hyperbolic. We are the best. We are the leading. Our military is the best. We can do things that no other country can do. But he also knows that what he is doing is going to face condemnation. Within the United States of America itself, you have seen Senator Bernie Sanders come out and say that the President of the United States must not declare war without the sanction of the Congress. And it's a sad thing, because what is also happening in the United States is that we see a President of the United States that is rendering all organs of the state useless. Congress not informed after the fact. In fact, if Trump were in another country, he would be a classical dictator. But that is not the language that we are using to describe him. At least the Western media is not using that kind of language. But it tells you that the year 2026 and beyond is going to be a year that is defined by unilateralism. And that by the have control of Latin America, the countries that are being scared at this moment, and it appears that resources is what is defining American policy under Trump. And we have seen it, the transactional manner in which he signed an agreement with Ukraine, the transactional manner in which he signed an agreement with the Democratic Republic of Congo. So Venezuela is a warning to the world. Venezuela is a guinea pig. Venezuela is a trial ground. And one waits to see what the other powers are going to do about it. Russia, China, and would also say India can do something about it. Brazil, President Lula has already spoken about family. have a regime that is scared of the United States of America and therefore checks every other activity with the United States. What he's going to achieve is going to ensure that American companies are going to exploit the oil in Venezuela, and that they are going to ensure that if elections are held, the individuals who contest the elections are approved by the United States of America. And that is possible because fear will be instilled in them. The army of Venezuela now knows that they do not stand a fighting chance against the United States, and they knew it already. So it's going to be administration by intimidation, so that Venezuela is, for the foreseeable future, being prepared to be a satellite state of the United States of America. I wouldn't be surprised if next time the President of the United States calls it the 52nd state of the United States of America, having called Canada the 51st. So that is the kind of rhetoric that one is going to see. But yet I believe that a post-Trump environment is going to be an environment of repair. Whichever administration comes after Trump is going to try and restore some kind of normalcy, some kind of predictability to American foreign policy. As it is now, American foreign policy is so eclectic, or so, one would say, so unpredictable, and that is sad, because America is not respected. America is feared, and respect that is born out of fear is not the kind of respect that one wants. I believe that if you took the pulse of the American streets, or the American politician who is realistic and sensible and know that you live in a world that requires order, they must be very sad about what is happening to their country and what their country is doing to their neighbors. Somebody has done a parody which is saying exactly that. He's saying, if you are dissatisfied with your neighbor because they are playing loud music, just get there and take it over. Sad. When one looks at the charges that have been leveled against President Maduro, narco-terrorism, those are the grand words that are being used. And once again, these are things that we have seen before. The former president of Honduras was accused of the very same thing, and not so long ago was actually pardoned by President Trump. Manuel Antonio Noriega, the same kind of thing. And now Maduro is the head of some drug cartel. I believe that that is not true. When one is a head of state, one does not need to get into those spaces. It may be the case.
Let's say the comrades know that you tend to leave no skirt unturned. So they know that they need to protect you from that weakness. Because you may compromise state and national security when you become a victim of a honey trap, for instance. Or let's say you love money, you have a weakness, you love money. You must be protected from yourself by making sure you don't fall victim to people who lure you by using money. And this is a pertinent example, because it's very clear that in the upper echelons of the police service, you have people who are easily lured through money because that weakness has not been managed. And so when you hear former Minister Ted, General Sibia, and of course we heard recently that Mkhwanazi himself met Mata, you then must worry about the relationship between the personal and national security. Because if the relationship is problematic, the relationship between the personal and national security may compromise state security.
Do you think Mkhwanazi did meet Matlala? Because that would seem to be quite a big omission if it's true. Because I can't remember him speaking about the meeting with Matlala. So, I mean, either Matlala is not telling the truth, which is very possible, or they met and then Mkhwanazi would have to explain why they met. But I simply don't know. But we don't have any evidence of the meeting. So what we currently have is Matlala's say-so, which is not very telling at the moment. But I don't know what you make of that allegation, because that was like a bolt from the blue for me.
So if you draw a line, on this side of the line you have Mkhwanazi, you have Masemula, for instance, and Kumar. On the opposite side of the line you have Sibiya.
Yeah.
Brown Muhotsi. And if we look at the most recent testimony, if you look at the CFO and General Sintumule, who testified on Friday, you can place them on the side of the line where you find Kumalo, Mkwanazi, and Masemola. If you look at General Mutsipe, you can put her on the side of the line on which you find Sibia. When I listen to all of them, including Matlala, it's very clear to me that one of the ways you should analyze what you have heard is in terms of deception and counter-deception strategies. What you must decide, to what extent is this side engaged in a deception strategy? And to what extent are the opponents engaged in a deception strategy? To what extent is one side engaging in a counter-deception strategy? And to what extent are their opponents engaging in a counter-deception strategy? But it's very clear to me, from what I've heard so far, that we are dealing with both counter and, deception and counter-deception strategies. So, the allegation about Matlala meeting Mkwanazi, you can go one of two ways. One, it is true, Matlala did meet Mkwanazi. And then you ask the question, why then did Mkwanazi meet Matlala? In answering that question, also you can go in one of two directions. Mkwanazi was investigating Matlala, or Mkwanazi was meeting Matlala because he's part of the problem that he described to us on the 6th of July, which would mean that those of us who have taken the view that the allegations made by Mkwanazi are true are victims of Mkwanazi's deception strategy. If your answer is Matlala is lying, then Matlala is trying to turn us into victims of a deception strategy. And therefore, between Matlala and Mkwanazi, you are dealing with the tension between a deception and counter-deception strategy, which should also mean between Sibia and Mkwanazi, you are dealing with the same tension between deception and counter-deception strategies. You must then decide, is it Sibia who is deploying a deception strategy, or is it Mkwanazi? Is it Mkwanazi who is deploying a counter-deception strategy, or is it Sibia? From what I've heard so far, and some of the evidence that has been accused, I think we can safely come to the conclusion that Mkwanazi's allegations remain credible. More or less. So yes, we may suspect that, or we may come to the conclusion that Mkwanazi should not have omitted the fact that he met Matlala. But if the answer is that he met Matlala as part of his own investigation into the Big Five, then the meeting between Mkwanazi and Matlala was not fatal to the extent that it may destroy the allegations he has made.
That's interesting. And I think he also, the reason why I agree with that conclusion is that when you look at the allegations made by Kumalo and Mkwanazi, and to some extent Masemola, although I also think the people on either side of those lines are not necessarily completely aligned themselves. But they have brought enough evidence to support their claims. So for example, when Kumalo says, I can show you these links between Katiso Molefe and Sibia, he shows us CCTV footage of one of Sibia's subordinates.
The bag of chocolate.
Exactly, the bag of chocolate, which has only been eclipsed by the Woolies bag.
Yes. I will never think of a Woolies bag in the same way ever again.
Exactly. No, I mean, how is Woolworths not adding a squeeze bag to this episode and some advertising? Because this is the perfect moment. But hey. we can't do it all for them. And also some chocolate company should also should become one of our handlers.
Woolies no name chocolate.
Oh, this wonderful country of ours has not disappointed this year.
People keep on saying South Africa is a movie.
Yeah.
No, South Africa is a series.
Exactly.
We don't need Netflix.
No, exactly. They should call movies South Africans at this point, yeah. So, but whereas Matlala and Mokhotsi and even Sibia have brought these counterclaims, but we don't have WhatsApp chats, we don't have CCTV footage, and so what we have there is just their say-so. On the other hand, we have the say-so of Mkhwanazi, but we also have quite important evidence. I'm not going to say it's evidence beyond a reasonable doubt because we need more time in the process to get there. But where I am in some as well is Mkhwanazi's allegations have not been dislodged, and I use those words very carefully. I'm not saying they've been completely proven yet, but they have not been dislodged either.
You're right. I may be wrong about Matlala. I don't think I am, but I may be. I do think that in his testimony to the ad hoc committee, Matlala deploys a deception strategy. And effectively what he does is to make sure that we are as far away as possible from concluding that Sibia is a criminal. But what does it do? Remember, the PKTT has recordings in which he says he gave money to Sibia. Now, part of what I think is his deception strategy is when he says, my voice was manipulated.
Yeah.
So that we cannot rely on the recordings from the PKTT. But here's the problem. The Madlanga Commission is not the ad hoc committee.
Oh yeah.
I think under cross-examination, Matlala is not going to fare as well as he did with the ad hoc committee. I think he's going to suffer and suffer badly. Because what may happen is that the moment he says, my voice was manipulated, the commission is going to produce evidence to the effect that they have consulted and have worked with experts in the area who have shown, and they'll say, here's the evidence. They have shown that was your voice.
Yeah.
Your voice was not manipulated.
Absolutely. And what was interesting for me with the intersection of the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee was when Brown Mokhotsi was testifying, Advocate Chaskelson said, we have chats between you and Morgan Maumera.
Yes.
Cyril Ramaphosa's nephew.
Yes.
Which show that he had an interest in this Medicare 24 tender with the police, which is really the center of all of this.
Yes.
And of course, we have reporting from Jeff Wicks and others showing those two involved in the Tembisa Hospital situation. And yet, I was quite shocked to see that some members of parliament didn't raise those questions to Matlala. So I agree. I think, in some ways, in cat-like fashion, he was able to wriggle his way out of being asked some of the really tough questions and having the evidence to then counter some of his claims.
Can I talk briefly about people like Jeff Wicks? Fortunately, it's not John Wick. People like Jeff Wicks and Kyle Cowan.
Yeah.
Who are examples of the excellent investigative journalism that has exposed some of this corruption. So I've been doing a lot of research about cartels globally. We can come back to that.
Yeah. I would add Karen Dolly onto that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You know, Shubi, the number of journalists globally, let me say the number of investigative journalists who've been killed investigating organized crime of one kind or another is higher than the number of journalists who've been killed in wars. Now, of course, it shows you that if you look at this from the perspective of the cartels, the work that is being done by people like Jeff Wicks is impactful because it exposes these links between cartels and politics, for instance. cartels and the criminal justice system as a whole.
Yeah.
And therefore, we should regard investigative journalists who are doing this work as national treasures and do everything possible to make sure that they are secure, they are protected. Because, as I say, the number of journalists globally who have died investigating organized crime is higher than the number of journalists who've been killed in wars.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kat Matlala and Morgan Maumela, for me, that was a moment that I don't think a lot of people fully appreciated when Chaskelson said, Mr. Mahotsi, we've got evidence of conversations between Maumela and Matlala. And this now then draws the link between Maumela and Matlala much more clearly. The only other link we had before was that Bheki Cele and Matlala met at Maumela's Zimbali residence, purportedly. Or he gave them a code to get into Zimbali. So yes, this is quite interesting because I'm really keen to know what the link is and what those messages reveal, and I suspect we'll get that late this year, early next year.
Well, those of us who are members of the SMWX cartel are not surprised.
Yeah.
Because remember, we're still trying to draw the organogram, because the organogram is incomplete.
Yeah.
So I suspect we can start penciling in Maumela when we look at the Big Five cartel. The question I've been asking myself is this: the Big Five?
Yeah.
Are these the 5 top criminals in the country? Or the Big Five, as Komalo suggests, refers to the top 5 members, the leadership structure of the cartel? Remember some years ago, former President Thabo Mbeki, delivering a State of the Nation address, says, we are investigating the top 200 criminals in the country. Now, I don't know what happened to that work because we never got a report. But when I look at when President Thabo Mbeki made that speech, the Maumelas, the Matlalas represent a generation younger than those who were part of the 200, or to the extent that part of the 200 top criminals of that time may still be alive. They are now older. And we are transitioning from them to the current generation of Matlala and Maumela and Katiso Muliva. That's what could be happening at the moment.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what is
over the next 30 years.
Why do you think that is? What happened? What changed?
In the in our studies, red, white, and black, we looked at the experiences. We looked at 6 major plantations to find out what the state of marriage was of slaves. 75% of those slaves had a man or woman raising children. The nuclear family continued to prosper in the face of segregation for 100 years, but all of that changed in the 60s with the poverty movement.
Johnson.
Yes, Johnson came in, and what happened was the social scientists who were pushing socialism on America, Fowler and Piven at Columbia, said if you disconnect work from income, school dropout rates will increase, drug addiction, all of those things. And so what the government did was offer welfare as an alternative to a man in the house. We relaxed the rules, we separated work from income, and as a consequence, that was supported by the Black Power movement. Also, the women's movement was anti-man. And so you had a combination of social policy, but policy alone wouldn't do it. The federal government enticed welfare, black people on welfare. Blacks, welfare used to be stigmatized in the black community, but the federal government began to interpret it as reparations and as entitlements. They withdrew any requirement that you should tell the paternity of the father, paternity in cases of pregnancy. All of these, so that more blacks came into the welfare system in the first 5 years of the 70s. That millions flooded into the system at a time when the unemployment rate was under 4%. So it is a combination of social policy plus the civil rights movement morphed into a race grievance industry, and many of those civil rights leaders became mayors and elected to public office, where we spent $22 trillion during that period on programs to aid the poor. where 70 cents of every dollar went not to the poor, but those who served the poor.
What percentage of it?
70%.
70% of the 22 trillion went to the people that serve the poor.
They asked which problems are fundable, not which problems are solvable. So in other words, a friend of mine described it this way. He's having a cabin built in Wisconsin. His electrician is a drunk, and the carpenter is an alcoholic, has one leg. His value, their value to him is their skills. But if he was a disabilities director, their value to him would only be the disability. So we have a situation where we have really created a commodity out of poverty.
And by the way, when you're saying these numbers, what it makes me think about is this. So why, if you go back 1940s, you know, only 4% of kids that were born in America are to a single mother.
Right.
Okay? That increased from 4% to 40%. Okay? And the numbers are staggering. What's up today? 70% of blacks are different in, you know, different communities. Why do you think this happened? And, you know, if you were to say, well, here's how we can get away from this, this is how to fix it. So one, why did it happen? How did we get here? Two, how would you fix it?
Well, first of all, we got here because we had the social policy that incentivized single parents. In other words, I had a young couple. She said that my husband's a janitor and I'm a secretary, and he lost his job. She said, I applied for welfare as a married couple and they refused me. But she said, if I was a single mother, then I can get help. And so you really provide a disincentive for marriage, and you wonder why you get it. You get more of what you reward and less of what you punish. And so over those decades, we have punished single parent households. The more you work, the more in other words, the more you work, the more perverse incentives for you. If I work and get a raise, I'm going to lose child care. So that's why we have a system that disincentivizes work and marriage.
And you had certain politicians that would use that, but they would spin it for votes. Oh, we're paying poor women to have kids. You would hear that in political speeches. I'm going to change that. We're paying poor women to have kids, and it made it sound like that the poor women were the problem. Right. That they're just taking advantage of it. You know, when you go back and what you're talking about, I think it's important to look at Lyndon Johnson and remember when they were saying the Great Society, it was Great Society for who? Because the government was our government has been actually pretty bad at getting Americans to move and change. They're pretty good at getting us upset, but they really don't get Americans, if you look at history, to really move and change. Our government has never really led, but our government has been excellent at being a catalyst of where they want us to go and to let us go. And to your point, they create this catalyst. You know what they say with explosive? The explosive isn't the problem, it's the catalyst you put in explosive, so always keep those guys separate. Government has been the catalyst, and what you're talking about is what they did is they knew what they were doing, and they knew that these things would be a catalyst of changing behavior because they couldn't stand at the pulpit of government and demand that you change, but they could put things out there and sit back and watch, and that's what you're saying.
Right, but I also realize that you question what are solutions. If you say that 70% of those families are raising children that are dropping out of school, it means 30% are not. What we do at the Woodson Center is we go into low-income communities. We go into the homes of the 30% to find out what is going on in those households. These are people who are raising children that are not dropping out of school, they're not in jail, they're not on drugs. They're confronted with the same economic circumstances. But and so the question is, what is it that's going on there?
Right.
That's
successfully exclusive.
Yes. So that's why I fault conservatives also, is that they have been preoccupied when it comes to poverty, but only studying failure. Charles Murray and some of the others, all they do is talk about, okay, if people on welfare, let's take away the perverse incentives. I'm for work requirements. I'm for drug testing. But you can't stop there. What we do at the Woodson Center is that we go look for capacity. And so many of the people in the 30%, we need to hold them up and take what works for the 30% and expand it to the 70%, and that's what we do. But it's a moral and spiritual crisis, and it is not an economic and social crisis. But policy, be the left or right of center, takes very little into account of restoration, moral redemption, faith. And many of our kids who have been able to survive under the worst of stigma is because of their faith. But the whole issue of faith is not even a factor in supporting people's restoration. We have gone into some of the most drug-infested, crime-ridden neighborhoods where there were 53 gang murders in the 5 square block area 25 years ago, DC. we supported 5 young men who were ex-offenders who came to Christ and became redeemed. But they had the moral authority and the social trust of their peers. And so they went into these neighborhoods and brought the leadership of these kids who were doing destructive things. And they became agents of demoralization of these kids. And it's just like in the marketplace, only 3% of the people are entrepreneurs. They generate 70% of the jobs, right? Well, a lot of these organizations are social entrepreneurs. It only takes a small number of them. If you can change them and make them an agents of a restoration, they can change the whole community. And we found that to be the case in this community called Benning Terrace. By just going in and reaching 16 kids who were leading predators and changing their values and their attitudes.
How do you do that?
By witnessing to them. You take some man who has been in jail, who has faced all the challenges from an abuse household, saying, you are not defined by the works of what you were. And I'm a witness that you don't have to stay there because you've been there.
Where did the self-help mindset come from? Where did the self-help mindset come from?
By looking at what we did in the past. In other words, what I've done by learning, if our people could, in the face of slavery and discrimination, build families and restore their communities, then all we've got to do is go back and take the values that serve the interests of our people then and apply them today. In other words, taking old values and apply them to new realities with the consequence that you can. But a witness is more powerful than an advocate. An experience will always prevail against an argument. I debated this with Hawk Newman. It's on YouTube for 1 hour. I didn't argue with him. I confronted his proposition with my facts and saying, if we were able to learn and close the education gap under segregation, why can't we do it today? And so that's what you have. But we don't realize the power of somebody coming to a young man or young woman who has been engaged in antisocial behavior. Supply them with a mentor that witnesses to them to say, why don't you use your skill and talent to rebuild the community and not tear it down?
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
Mental health effects of the current protocol promoted for the care of children and adolescents in the United States who express discomfort with their biological sex. This declaration was authored by the American College of Pediatricians, but really it was developed from the expertise of hundreds of doctors, researchers, and other healthcare workers and leaders who, for years, have been sounding the alarm on the harmful protocols that continue to be promoted by the medical organizations in the United States. Despite recent revelations from the leaked WPATH files and the recent release of the final report from the CAS review, these medical organizations have not changed course. So we are calling on these medical organizations of the United States.
lena indawo noko uba sensukudlula kuyo indawo athanda uvota yonke into apha futhi abantu
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, remember when he got up to like 265? You know, when he won the K1 Grand Prix? Oh, yeah. He couldn't hit him. He was just covered behind muscle. And you know, K1 style, when they would fight with like the earmuffs on, when they're standing there, like, he was just, there was no chin. You couldn't see it in there.
He was bad, motherfucker. He won it too, didn't he?
Yeah, he won a Grand Prix, which is crazy.
He was a bad. I was always worried I was going to have to fight him in Pride. I don't know why they never put it against him.
Bro, when he fought Brock Lesnar, if they kept the testing that way, he might have been the heavyweight champion. He might have stayed the heavyweight champion too. I mean, he was hard to handle at that weight. He was so big, and he had those elite kickboxing skills. You know, I remember when he fought, when he fought Brett Rogers. You can see the moment he hit Brett Rogers with one low kick. Brett Rogers was like, oh shit, like, this is different. This is so different. He was so scary, man.
Yeah, big tall motherfucker. I would like to see him go against John Jones.
I would have loved to have seen that back in the day. But if again, you let him fight enhanced, because the difference between him enhanced and unenhanced, he became an average fighter.
But John was enhanced too, though. If they would have went against each other, both enhanced
at the time. So you think John was enhanced?
Yeah, I think it's proven.
Really? Because of the whole thing with the picograms, whatever the fuck that shit is?
Well, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it, but I just thought he got popped, so I assumed
he did, but the problem that he got popped with, they were so minuscule levels that it didn't make sense.
Yeah, he don't look like somebody.
He does steroids. No, he doesn't. But neither did Lance Armstrong.
He probably doing something different though. Lance.
No, he was doing testosterone. He was definitely doing that too. Those guys were doing. He was doing a lot of shit. They do everything they can when they do that Tour de France. Doctors say that it's actually healthier to do that thing on steroids than it is not be on steroids, because your body just can't recover. Because you're biking for hours and hours and hours, day after day. It's a fucking crazy event.
I think if you biking and doing shit like that, they don't do steroids.
Right.
But fighting, I'm against that shit.
Right.
Fighting, football, boxing, MMA, shit like that.
Football, you know.
Yeah, you know they do. But yeah, but I think if you got full contact against another human, I think it should be outlawed. But baseball, I wouldn't give a fuck.
It would only make it interesting.
And basketball, yeah, I wouldn't care.
Right. Who cares?
Who cares?
Especially the professional athletes. They have a small window of opportunity. Yeah. They have like 10, 15 years at most where they compete at their very best.
Yeah, let those guys juice
them up.
Yeah, let them have how to do it safely, but fight. Right. Because you can hurt somebody. Because some people are totally against it.
Well, the only way it makes sense in fighting is if everybody agrees. You know, if you agree, but if you're cheating, you know, if you're just jobbing the tests and, you know, you got a good scientist that works with you and you're figuring out a way to rig everything. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
You know, I'm against it because I fought a few guys that was on steroids and I'm fighting in pride.
Who'd you fight that was like the most obvious on steroids?
For me, I felt like it was most obvious was Kevin Randall and Hardy. I don't ever want to be a big bro, but Mark Holman, he's honest about it.
Yeah.
They were doing something. Vanderlei for sure was on that shit.
For sure.
And I think
he fought like he was on it.
Oh my God.
He fought like he had rabies.
Bro, that guy was so vicious. He just walked around mad the whole time. You know, all the fighters in Japan were scared of him. That's why he didn't like me, because I was never afraid of him. And one time, the first time I had a run-in with Vanderlei, we all stayed in the same hotel, and I'm walking back to the press, and I get on the elevator with my corner man, and the elevator opens up, and it's Vanderlei there to his corner man, and I didn't know, so I just walk on the elevator. And I turned around, and my two corner men took off. Yeah. So I'm in the elevator by myself with Vanderlei. And he looked at me like I was crazy because I didn't take off with them. Like he seemed like he was mad that I was breathing the same air in the fucking elevator. Like, what are you doing? And they was talking shit in Portuguese and stuff like that. I'm like, I ain't afraid of no motherfucking body. I was a kid then too, but I just never been afraid of anybody. Then after I meet my two girls, I'm like, what the fuck happened here? Where the fuck y'all go? That shit, that was the axe murderer. I'm not getting there with him. Just leave. I was gonna say, just leave.
They didn't even pull you out.
They didn't even touch me.
Oh, that's so ridiculous. I would never trusted those dudes again.
Yeah. Just definitely. I was cool, but he never liked me.
Were you there when he had that fight with Charles Crazy Horse Bennett in the back room?
No, I wasn't there.
Apparently, the story is Crazy Horse knocked him out cold.
Yeah, heard it.
That's what the story is. The story is they ganged up on Crazy Horse. Crazy Horse was a wild dude. That dude was crazy. He was fun. I remember I got drunk with Crazy Horse one night. Me and I think it was Eddie Bravo went to see Brock Lesnar's first professional fight in LA at the Coliseum.
Was it with UFC?
No. No. I think it was with K1. I think it was a K1 fight in Los Angeles.
I might have been there.
Hoist Gracie fought that night. I think Hoist Gracie fought Sakuraba, if I remember correctly.
Was that a rematch? I thought
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I wasn't there. I don't think I was there.
And he beat him. And Hoist was a little saucy. He got caught.
Hoist beat Sakuraba?
Yeah, but Hoist was saucy. They caught him with the piss test, if I remember correctly. Check to see if that's true. But I sat right next to Crazy Horse, so me and him got fucked up the entire show.
That guy's crazy.
He had fun. He's funny, man.
Yeah.
We got a lot of laughs. But he was a wild dude.
You know what he's doing now?
What's he doing now?
He's in Thailand fighting for Fight Circus. You heard about them?
No.
Man, he's fighting like two motherfuckers at the same time. Two Thai dudes at the same time. I said, man, this shit was fun. I want to do this.
How big are the Thai dudes?
They about his side. They're his side.
He's fighting 2-on-1.
2-on-1 in Thailand.
Does he pay a lot of money or something?
I don't know how much they pay. I did a two-headed boxing match with Bob Sapp. After that, I didn't get paid much money, but you know, I was doing it for fun.
So you and him versus somebody else?
Yeah, me and Bob Sapp in a two-man T-shirt. We can only use my right hand. He can only use his left hand. And we fought two dudes. That shit was so fun.
Oh, that's crazy.
Man, that's the most fun I ever had in the ring, bro.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it was fun. Fight Circus is crazy.
What does this say, Jay? Oh yeah, he tested positive for fighter Tim Percy tested positive for methamphetamine.
That's my friend.
And Hoist Gracie tested positive for nandrolone.
Shut the fuck up. Tim Percy is my high school, my college wrestling. He's my roommate in college.
No shit.
Tim Percy?
Who did he fight? Who else was in the card? Let me see.
The fuck?
Who else fought?
The original, let's see.
Pre-fight problems. Scroll back up to the card again, please. Let me see who was on that card. Because there was one crazy KO where there was like a football player, Johnny Morton, right? He fought a guy who's a comedian. That guy, Bernard Aka, a Japanese. How do you say his name? Aka, a Japanese-born Taekwondo practitioner, kickboxer, mixed martial arts, and comedian. Yeah, that guy. Oh, Johnny Morton. That was horrible.
The comedian fought somebody?
Yeah. I don't know how good his comedy is, but he can fuck people up. I'll tell you that. Jake Shields was on that card. He won. My rear naked choke. Yeah.
Sakuraba was on there.
Yep. So, Hoist beat Sakuraba didn't test positive. Ray Seppo and Marvin Eastman dropped the collarbone. So that was a K1, right? That was like up the hill when Roger won real quick. That was his first fight ever. Yeah. But so Crazy Horse was backstage, and all the Truth Box guys got in with Crazy Horse. And didn't Christian Marcelo, I think he choked Crazy Horse out, right? Put him in a triangle afterwards, too. So Crazy Horse apparently knocked out Vanderlei, and then got choked out, and then he went and fought, or had he already fought?
I don't remember if I heard Vanderlei fought after he got knocked out.
Yeah, after he got knocked out. Al Cold fought and won. The one by decision.
Who did he fight that time?
Let's find out. Let me see Vanderlei's record. I'll tell you when I see it. Because you can tell he's like fighting a little cautious. You know, like Nick didn't want to get hit.
Bro, that's crazy. What the heck happens like that?
I think there is video footage of it. I'm pretty sure there's footage. There's definitely footage of Marcelo choking out Crazy Horse because he gets him in a triangle with his jeans on. I remember watching that. Yeah. It wasn't Mirko Krokop. I think it might have been Fujita. Nope, that's not it because he won that one by soccer kicks. Does he have any that won by decision? Maybe it was no, he lost to Arona. Is that possible? Or is that
maybe you should look for the same card, Crazy Horse.
He lost to Arona and then he beat him. Decision split. I wonder if it's that one. I wonder if it's that one. Pride Shock. Click on Pride Shockwave 2005. Let's see. What else is on that card? Is Crazy Horse on that card? Charles Bennett?
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. That's the one. That's the one he fought Arona and he won a decision. And I remember watching Crazy Horse was so nuts. Look at that video of Crazy Horse staring at the camera. That's click on that. See if is that a highlight of Crazy Horse? Yeah. Bro, Crazy Horse had power.
Yeah.
I mean, he just put people to sleep. He put a lot of people to sleep. Compact power too.
Yeah. He never went to the UFC though.
Nope.
He couldn't get his shit together.
But he's a wild fella.
The fuck is wrong with him?
I mean, he fought with gold teeth and he fought with a gold grill in, and then he had a mouthpiece on top that was gold too. But I don't even know where he trained.
I forgot where he was from, Texas somewhere.
I don't remember, but I mean, it did not have like the ultimate skill set. He just had crazy power and he was just wild. Very wild. And strong.
Yeah.
Very strong.
He didn't have that much jiu-jitsu though.
No, it wasn't that good on the ground, but on the feet, I don't think I've ever seen it. But I can anybody that's sitting in front of that dude, like night. You can see it once you hit him with like one time. The difference in the power. Oh, God. It's great power like that. I mean, some people have, like, did you watch the light heavyweight title fight? Oh my God. All the time, man. Alex Pereira, that fucking power is nuts.
You know what? I was thinking, like, how I would have done if I was in my mind to fight somebody like that.
Very aggressive. That's the difference is you're very strong. You were always a very strong light heavyweight and you had very good wrestling skills. You know, he hasn't really fought anybody that's an elite wrestler yet. You know, you think about who's he fought that can really wrestle. Prohaska is like he's got crazy KO power. He's got good karate skills. And he did win by choking out Glover. He did win with a choke. So it's not like he doesn't have skills. But he's not, you know, he's not some genuine. He's just an elite wrestler. Is this the video footage of the fight?
That's awesome. The fight probably exists somewhere else, but this is a documentary about Crazy Horse.
How about is it the behind scenes?
It says can't show the restrict the footage. What? YouTube restricts fights.
It could age restrict the video in the country.
Oh, so they're just showing it? So he catches him in a triangle with jeans on, chokes him to sleep, alcohol, with a phone in his hand. Where was that?
That's the past. You know that, yeah.
So he wakes him up, he's like, oh shit.
Everything come back to bad. When do good people come around? And nobody can ever explain it. Nobody. So I don't believe in nothing, homie. But what I see. I don't believe in nothing you say that I can hear. I only believe in what I can see. I haven't seen karma. I haven't seen what goes around comes around. I ain't seen shit come back to white people. And we was in slavery for how long? So if karma is real, don't we need to see it? Well, it's gonna come to one day. Why we can't see it then? So now I don't believe in nothing, homie, but what I can see and what you show me.
No, for sure. So now I've interviewed you. You got any questions for me?
I know you. I know your plans. I know your heart. I know your vision. Nigga, I just follow you. Yeah, nah, I follow you, nigga. I don't follow nobody.
What do you mean by follow? Like just on Instagram?
Nigga, you the leader. America belongs to the young and the brave. Nigga, you the young and the brave. I led and nobody follow. So nigga, I want to follow now. I don't want to lead. I don't want to be about. I don't want to be cheap. I want a nigga that can say, man, y'all, let's do this. Come on, nigga, let's go. I'm tired of thinking. I led, nigga, did nobody follow. So now I'm entertaining. I'm ready to follow.
Right.
Yeah.
I think, too.
See, the old man won't step down so the young niggas can lead.
No.
I don't have the heart to lead no more, but I got the heart to follow.
Even then, they don't want to give us the resources because they run the same race we running.
They think they know it, homie, and they don't know where to take y'all. Y'all know where to go to take us. We don't know what you telling us as older niggas, thinking with AI and all that. Nigga, we stuck with what we know, and we ain't trying to learn nothing. You can't teach these old dogs no new tricks.
None of them niggas want to listen to me.
Because you got they old dogs, nigga, they think these new tricks, they can't do them. Their mind can't expand no more. They done smoke too long, fuck too much. So nigga, you got an open mind. So nigga, I done studied you, I done watched you, we done hung out together, we done been together. So now, nigga, I'm saying you the leader.
I appreciate that. It's like, from my perspective, like how you was when I was a kid, it's things that people don't know about me that won't make sense to them. Like, for instance, I've been studying black inventors since I was 8 years old.
Let me tell you that. Nigga, they had some deep conversations. Yeah. So it's been people pouring into you. And you done took it all in, and you done protected everything that's been given to you. I was putting the boys on, so I've never done hard drugs ever in life. So that's why my mind is still sharp. I've never done hard drugs ever in life. I've been the boys on, homie. So at 21, I'm just now free. At 25, I became a father. I was no longer free. I was bound by fatherhood, committed to it. So nigga, my kids ain't seen me drunk. I ain't been absent for days. I didn't get to do what these niggas did. So I've been poured into, and everything been poured into, I've maintained it. And now I can flourish. Every book I done read, if you engage me, I can't just tell you what's in my mind, because I got 48 years of knowledge that 98-year-olds. But if you engage me and ask me questions, I'll captain in here that'll bring out some shit. And I say, God damn, I didn't know I had that.
That's what I say, what I mean by genius. Like, that's your genius. Like, I watch your interviews, and I watch you go on every single platform and able to say something different 100 fucking times. Like that's a skill set. For one, it takes practice. You're seasoned in answering questions. Okay. For two, it takes a level of, and then how quick you're able to formulate an answer. And it's a sound like 90% of the time when somebody asks you a question. You get what I'm saying?
So that's my skill. I listen to what you're asking me, and I determine what you're looking for.
But you have a cadence, and you have a tone and a voice that's also appealing. You got that Texas sound, and then you have a delivery. It's almost like you're talking in parables sometimes.
I am. I learned that from watching comedians, and then going to college and taking introduction to speech, and then professional speaking. So I learned how to use voice in fluctuation. The actions, hand moves. So that's why you see commentators use their hand. I learned how to speak professionally in front of a camera, on a stage, how to speak in the first 3 sentences to say something shocking or provoking or controversial. I learned that, homie. So I'm able to take what I've learned, put it into a character, and put it before the internet, and people think that's me.
You know something also interesting? The way you talk about yourself, you think highly of yourself. And to some people, they will say, they'll be like, man, that's arrogant. He thinks highly of himself. He don't himself. But how I see it from my perspective, I understand it, because I also think highly of myself. And I like when men talk like that, like how you really are tuned with your intelligence. You really are happy about who you are, despite losing an eye, despite whatever.
So everybody have an insecurity.
Right.
As a kid, that was my insecurity, was my eye. I was so confident outside of that, that's what people were pointing at to try to shrink me.
Right.
It worked as a kid, as a boy.
Right.
As a man, when I realized traits and characteristics supersedes all things, my traits and characteristics superseded my insecurities. So even today online, they point to the eye to try to shrink me.
Right.
You can't shrink me, nigga, when I can't be shrunk. It don't bother me. I done been trained to get here now, past my insecurity. See what I'm saying? Right. So nigga, once I realized a handsome nigga ain't shit if he can't think and talk. I learned that conversation rules the nation, not a handsome face or a big dick. Not even money. That's why people with money can be scammed out of it by a nigga talking.
Yeah.
So I learned that. So as I studied history, nigga, the niggas who ruled the world wasn't handsome, big, muscular niggas. The greatest world leaders were little small men like me. Niggas who ran gangs were little small niggas like me. Niggas who ran them were little bitty niggas. Yeah. I had no choice to read because I couldn't go outside to play. Once I learned about self-esteem, and how important self-esteem was to success.
Yes.
I focused on building self-esteem before I focused on getting money.
100%. That's me. I had to love myself.
See, that was the secret.
And people will see it as arrogance. People will see what they don't realize.
I'm arrogant, I'm egotistical, I'm narcissistic. See, the narcissist is not bad.
It's not.
It's only bad because a woman got hurt by a narcissist. A narcissist is what every man, what every great man of God had to be great. A narcissist looked in the mirror and falls in love with himself, not the things around him. That's how he died. He had never seen himself. He looked in the water and saw a reflection and tried to dive in and get it. That's what a narcissist does. Because he's so into himself. When you're so into yourself, people are too.
Yeah. I think if you are a person, because I feel like people get narcissism confused. Like, okay, how you said you're open, you see, I mean, you're having a conversation and you're open to my opinion, open to your opinion, but you're only open to it because you respect my intelligence.
Yeah.
Narcissism comes from when we don't respect your intellect. It's not the fact that I don't fuck with you or I just don't think, I don't respect you or your intellect or I don't have time to be talking about this shit. It's one of those two. You get what I'm saying?
Oh man, nobody of great intellects let anybody just come talk to them.
No.
That's why the general, everybody says, sir, can I speak, Your Honor? You just can't talk.
Yeah.
You just can't talk to God. You have to go cleanse, you have to praise, you can't go to God. Because your nasty sinful nature, he can't hear you.
Right.
You can't just go talk to the president. Man, so as an intellectual person, I need to talk to you and you can't engage this mind to stimulate me.
Thank you. A lot of people believe that they automatically should be heard by you. And some people don't realize time is money. So for one, I only got time to engage with you. For two, instead of wasting my time engaging you, I might just call you a bitch ass nigga.
What I hear has an impact on what I do, what I feel, what I think, and what I say. So I protect what I hear. Your faith come by what you hear, not by what you do, not by what you see. It come by what you hear. You can do it, son. I believe in you. You ain't gonna be shit. That's what built your faith and ideology. Not what you done read. It's the people that said something to you. Hey, boy, I think you better than that. That's what got me. Come here, why you hang with them? People identifying my potential is what built the faith in me and what I could do.
But you will only listen to the positives and you will ignore all the negatives.
Well, I started noticing that the people who was telling me I had potential wasn't highlighting the bad. The bad would got their attention to tell me about the good.
Facts.
So I would act bad, and the people who were chasing me would tell me the good in me as they rebuking the bad.
Right.
I've never been belittled by an adult. I've never been told you ain't gonna be shit. I've never heard that from an adult. Ever in life.
I've heard that a lot.
I've never been told I was stupid. I've never heard you're ugly from an adult. Never in life. Because my mother protected her children. She shielded what I heard, what I saw, and what I saw. You better not say that. I couldn't say funky. I couldn't say lie. Mama, they telling a story. I couldn't say fart. Mama, they passed gas. I couldn't say
your mom's still living.
Yeah.
So like, does she ever talk to you about the thing? I'm pretty sure people snitch on you and say, hey, you know your boy saying this. Like, what is her, what type of conversation has she had with you about the things you say?
Nothing. When people tell my mama about what I say, because my mama not on the internet. My mama say, I don't know him like that. Y'all do, so I don't know. My mama can't imagine y'all do things that I say online. She can't imagine I'm saying those things.
They ain't never showing her like
she ain't gonna look. My mama won't even watch a positive video, because she know I'm cussing out here. I've never cussed in front of my mother. Never cussed in front of my mama. I ain't cussed in front of my mama. Nigga, I can be on my mama's back porch smoking a cigarette. If I hear her pull up, I'm gonna hear you up, nigga. My mom, I ain't never put a cigarette in my mouth. I've never put alcohol in my mother's hand. My mama never walked in on me having sex, never.
Is your brother free, by the way?
Yeah. He did 31 years.
He what?
He did 31 years.
And he free now?
Yeah.
Okay, where you at?
At home with mama.
Okay. When did he get out?
2 years ago.
Oh, so he got out during the height of your fame?
Yeah.
Okay, that's dope. How was that?
At my fame, it ain't healed.
I'm talking about.
He think it heals though.
I'm talking about like, of course.
Oh, well, my brother been gone 31 years. I don't know that nigga. He left when I was 14. That ain't my brother no more.
Explain.
Brother grow up with a bond together. Right. Somebody who removed out of your life, y'all don't have no bond.
Right. But you still probably spot him some money, took care of him, tried to hold on to a job.
No. I got kids. I don't give a damn about my brother when I have kids. I told him that when he was in prison. I'm not finna come see you. I ain't sending you no money. I ain't writing you no letter. You ain't my child, nigga. I got kids now. Before I had kids, yeah, brother. Law to you. But when I have kids, I break away from brother, mama, everybody. About these motherfucking kids. Fuck you, nigga. Grown ass man. Mama gonna take good care of you. She gonna ride or die for you, not your brother. I help them to understand that, and I stop going to go see that nigga. Because what you got to go do to see a prisoner, I don't want to do it, nigga. I don't love you that much, mama do.
I think I go through that too, because I have, like 6, 7 brothers. I lost count. So a lot of people, they'll come up to me and be like, you know, my brothers, they'll be like, man, my friend said, you should be giving me this. Or my friend said, if you don't give me 7,000, we shouldn't talk. So I guess we ain't gonna fucking talk.
You can't bully me.
Yeah.
You can't bully me.
Well, you can't use your love as a weapon for me because you're not my child. Like
as siblings. Yeah, we grew up close. But our best friend really become our brother.
Yeah.
Now, we won't go against our brother for our best friend, but we'll fall out with our siblings for our best friend.
I fall out with my brother about Jeff.
That's what I'm talking about. So nigga, yeah, we're relatives, you my brother. But nigga, the bond define our relationship. Not our relationship. Not our family status. I love my brother to death. Grew up in the same household. But nigga, I got a homeboy, nigga, that I do way more for him than I would my brother. And do.
They don't like that shit. But it's about understanding. And then they'll say like, well, I'm your brother, but you got a yes man around you. I'm like, no, we're going down. We understand.
Listen, whatever you say my nigga is, me and my nigga together, we play whatever role we got to play to get the desired outcome. So he got to play yes man, he the yes man. Whatever role I got to play, my nigga ain't ashamed about playing the yes man. Whatever role we got to play to get up there, that's what role we play. That's why you ain't on the team.
So some niggas will probably say that. Have you ever heard it before? Like, you got yes man around you.
Yeah.
Because they want to challenge.
So I don't have a bunch of niggas around me. So all the niggas that been around me, we've been together since childhood, since teenagers. It be the women I bring around. So they'll see what a nigga do for the new woman and feel like they supposed to get it. You don't know what this bring to add to the piece of the puzzle to keep the ship moving. You don't know what this add to the piece of the puzzle to keep the ship moving, nigga, where everything working smooth. So, you can't worry about what they feel, know what they say.
Facts.
Show me your results. And then what you say now. Show me the results of what you're doing. I'll show you the results of what I'm doing. Why should I listen to you when we're looking at results? Because that's what matters. Not your feeling, not what you think. Look at the results of your life and the results of my life. Why should I listen to you? So I'm going to tell anybody got anything about what I'm doing. It's working for me. Why would I fix what's not broken? So anybody who got something to say, I get them away and keep working on what's not broken. So nigga, I don't feel like we're friends and everything. Huh? So what ended up happening? The people who have something to say and feel some kind of way, it stems from envy and jealousy.
Yeah, for sure.
That end up causing resentment.
Yeah.
Then hate. But there's other feelings that you go through a process before you get to hate and anger. Jealousy, envy, and resentment. Then you got anger.
On endless war! When do we want it now? I'm not just gonna sit back and let innocent weapons manufacturers lose money. Lockheed Martin needs me right now. All we are saying is give war a chance.
The problem with Turning Point USA, Erica, in her wisdom, brought Nicki Minaj into the TPUSA thing, and she made probably the
successful. I'm really proud to be a South African. I'm proud of my government, our country, and yes, we have problems like every other country out there, but I think he's got a big win with this one. This is Tikinso in North Wall.
I'm really proud about how our honorable president handled the proceedings and the fact that they took advantage of the US not being there and push an agenda that favors the entire world as opposed to the propaganda that Trump has been pushing all along. I think it was a good platform for the world to engage on things that are very, very, very critical and important without the bully in the room. So yeah, I'm really proud how the proceedings were handled.
Good morning, Clement. As a South African, I'm very proud that our country hosted a very successful G20 summit for the first time on the African soil. We showed the whole world that Africans are capable, and it is a lesson to people like President Trump that Africans can succeed without them. And to you as journalists, thank you very much for world-class journalism. We are also proud of you. Thank you very much, Peter Maila Machava from Letswana.
Hey Clement, I think our country did really, really well hosting the G20 despite our city's infrastructure challenges and notwithstanding some protests and so on. I think that which just showed democracy at work actually. But I think that our president did extremely well. I was incredibly proud of him, and I thought he acted very statesmanlike, specifically with regards to how he managed the Donald Trump snubs, because you know they really were just snubs. That man is beyond imperious. So I think our president did brilliantly, and well done to all involved.
Yeah, look, we've got to give credit where it's due, but it looks like we know how to rise to the occasion as South Africa. Like, I think our government has the capacity to rise to the occasion when it comes to these world events, and we must take some lessons from that, because we've hosted similar remember the World Cup in 2010? That was like world class. There was the Rugby World Cup 1995. What else? There are a number of events. The Cricket World Cup in the early 2000s. So there's a lot that we have done where we've risen to the occasion. Let's just take some lessons from that and use that for how we respond to things domestically and how we do things domestically. Tsepo, you're calling us from Pretoria. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Clement. How are you?
It's Ada.
Clement, look, I don't understand why we seem to be doing so well at the international stage. But, you know, when it comes to internal affairs, you know, we seem to do so badly. I mean, look at the praise that the president has been receiving throughout the weekend on social media platform. Now, the international community, they are back in their respective country. Can't we continue in that very same spirit to make Johannesburg to be the city that want to be? I was listening to one of your colleagues in the morning, President praising, the mayor of Johannesburg, claiming that Johannesburg is at its best.
What happened to Tsepo there? Oh, Tsepo got cut off. Let's see if we can have him back on the line. Tsepo was calling us there from Pretoria. I think his line got cut off. Let's go to some WhatsApps in the meantime.
Good morning, Clement. Yes, a very proud moment for the country. So now we just need to push forward, be consistent, especially from the president and the government. Let us not only be for the G20 summit, but also pushing forward in service delivery, high impact service delivery for the country as well. Not only because we had a G20 summit, which was very successful, highly successful, Very proud moment indeed. But now we just need some consistency from the president and the government in pushing forward with delivering such services, not only to other nations, but also to the country as a whole. Thank you.
Good morning, Clement and Team Luanda here. South Africa really did a great job in hosting the G20. I really appreciated the president's leadership, the way he handled things, the way he handled America. Sometimes you just need to take a stand, and I was happy that he did so. And it was a strong one. And so congratulations, Cupcake. You did a phenomenal job. And we are extremely proud. We are proud to be South Africans today.
Morena Hoshi Madimeji, Ralocha Baba. Look, we are proud. We are proud of the stance and the position of our leadership in South Africa. Yes, it doesn't mean we are going to vote ANC, but the reality is this man did well. He became a voice for the entire Africa. He became a leadership that we have been desiring to see. And we are proud, regardless of how many disagreements we have. This week, our president did well. And we as South Africans can boldly stand and say this is the kind of voice we've been hoping and praying to see in the position of leadership.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. It's going up to 9:30. Let's get the latest in Eyewitness News headlines. We're going to come back with more of your calls on 011-883-0702. You can send us a WhatsApp as well on 072-702-1702. What's your assessment of the G20 summit? I mean, we hosted the BRICS summit not so long ago. Now it's the G20 summit. But we are part of, there's no way you can take for granted our country. I think this has really firmly placed us in global conversations. And that is quite an important thing. When you have platforms like this, you're able to advance the interests not only of your country, but you advance the interests of the continent. Ordinarily, I mean, when you look at the declarations, you see how many times Africa has been mentioned. Probably over 80 times. That's never happened before. It's never happened before that at a G20 summit, you've got issues that are quite important and central to this continent of Africa. And continental issues, they feature so prominently in the declarations, in the leaders' declarations from the G20 summit. That is a big deal. Siso, good morning.
Thanks, Clement. Good morning. The body of a woman has been recovered from a river in KwaZulu-Natal as the search for two more missing people continues. The victims were washed away yesterday during floods in New Hanover in the Midlands. KwaZulu-Natal has been hit by heavy downpours with an orange level 6 alert, with severe thunderstorms causing localized flooding. Trade and Industry Minister Parkstyle says South Africa is expected to continue lobbying for the extension of AGOA after a crippling government shutdown ended in the US almost 2 weeks ago. In addition to the impact on the US, the stalemate also put on ice South Africa's bid to review the African Growth and Opportunity Act, which lapsed in September. AGOA, which was established in the year 2000, exempts eligible African countries from taxes on their exports to the US. And there are hopes in Nigeria that more than 200 children kidnapped from a Catholic school will be released. 50 pupils managed to escape from captivity over the weekend, and they are now reunited with their families. Armed bandits kidnapped 303 children and 12 teachers last Friday. And those are the headlines. This EWN and more at 10 or as it happens.
EWN Traffic.
Traveling on the N3 South, we still have that accident right near Van Buren Road, causing delays from the Kilulisi interchange. While heading towards Sunny Hill, do expect bumper-to-bumper traffic on the N3 North. This is between Vincent Chabalala Road and the Baklu interchange. Please use the M1 North towards Sunny Hill as well as Woodmead while traveling on the R21 North. Some delays just as you approach Olifants Fontaine Road.
Kroger and on Metro FM.
hunted down by criminal gremlins, and the masterminds have not been held accountable. One of the people implicated in this is enjoying bail under dubious conditions. Organized crime has taken over many areas of public life in South Africa. They're bidding for tenders, they're hijacking cars, they're kidnapping. What are they not doing at this particular point? Organized criminals are running security companies, they are running nightclubs, they are selling drugs, guns. It's rampant. They are extorting businesses. Organized crime has taken over and has infiltrated the police, it has infiltrated the executive, it has infiltrated the political class. And this is what the public will be interested in. Because the reality is, right now, the horse curry dons who are sitting at the head of these criminal enterprises are feasting on freedom while their victims attend funerals every weekend. The public is interested to know who the next National Director of Public Prosecutions will be, because they want to know if the killers of Mpoma Fole, the masterminds, will ever face justice. They want to know why horse curry dons like Hangwani Maumela are still feasting on freedom and eating the desserts of yellow bones with yellow thighs every night. The horse curry behavior is at an all-time high. And the National Prosecuting Authority does not seem to have done enough to create a deterrent for anybody who aspires to be the next Vusi Matala Weta Manyala or anybody at that level. The appointment is critical because we've seen at different times that those who are in the highest office have been accused of using their power to select people who are going to lead the NPA in ways that protect them from criminal accountability. One of the accusations and allegations made consistently is that Sean Abrahams was chosen to be the National Director of Public Prosecutions by Jacob Zuma to protect Jacob Zuma from criminal prosecution. That was freely said, widely reported. He was called Sean the Sheep because it was viewed that he would not take the necessary actions against people who were politically connected to Jacob Zuma. Now, there is a commission of inquiry called the Nkabinde Inquiry, which is raising serious questions about the decisions which have been made and decisions which have not been made by none other than Advocate Shamila Batoyi, who is the current National Director of Public Prosecutions. So, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And we must be very consistent in saying, hey, if it was possible for Zuma to do this, how is it not possible for anybody who followed him or preceded him? We have to be consistent. And that's why this appointment is happening at a critical time. Shamila Batoyi is supposed to step down in January. So there's an interviewing panel, and it's chaired by the Justice Minister Mamuloko Kubai. She's assisted by Chris Nissen, who is the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. And she's assisted as well by Advocate Ndabiseng Mukhale, who is the chairperson of the Commission of Gender Equality, assisted by Professor Somato Tafigeni, chairperson of the Public Service Commission, as well as representatives of the Black Lawyers Association and the National Association of Democratic Lawyers. That's who is composed in this panel. Now, there were 6 individuals who met the basic criteria to go to this stage. This panel is then going to make some recommendations, and in fact has already made recommendations. They made that announcement, I think yesterday or early today on Saturday the 13th of December, that they've sent their report to the president. Now the ball is in his court. They are not empowered to make this decision. That decision remains the purview of the president. It's his mandate, it's his prerogative, it's his constitutional power. So this is where things are right now. But one of the interesting names that I want to talk about as a starting point, reflecting as we wait for the decision or the announcement, is Advocate Andrea Johnson. Advocate Johnson is currently the investigating director at the National Prosecuting Authority. Her previous positions include Senior Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Prosecutor at the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Junior State Advocate at the NPA, Senior State Advocate and Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions at the Directorate of Special Operations, which would be the Scorpions, as well as the National Coordinator for Organized Crime. And she's also served as Acting Special Director at the NPA. Wonderful CV, all of the right labels, right, for you to think, okay, this person definitely should be first pick or should be a front runner. But she didn't have a good interview with the panel. And some of it comes from the revelations which came about at the ad hoc committee in Parliament. But it was much more than the revelations that were made at the ad hoc committee. But that ad hoc committee performance had an impact. The public took a firm view on her and her prospects. She had the most objections. In fact, 71% of the public comments which were submitted objected to her being promoted to this role. But throughout the interview, there were various issues that were raised. Number one, she was a member of a union for 20 years or so. She was not supposed to stay a member of the union. Didn't check, because when you become an employer or part of the employer level, you're not supposed to maintain your union membership. Number two, there were multiple criticisms of the performance of her particular department in various cases. The Machela Coco matter was raised. There was a very poor performance. There was an Estina Dairy was raised, a very poor performance, and there was also New Lane which was raised. That was appealed, but fundamentally, there were serious criticisms which were still raised at the beginning of the process. Then there were issues about the appointment of her husband when she was still at Scorpions. She did not recluse herself fully from the whole process, participated in different parts of the process, and gave an explanation which was not satisfactory to the panel, and also was not satisfactory, by the way, to the parliamentary ad hoc committee. She said, when my husband came in, I left the room. But she was still scoring the people who he was rivals against in that particular process, and the minister took a view that the whole thing was irregular. I'm going to play you some of the clips, but there were issues throughout with her honesty, there were issues throughout with her attention to detail, there were issues throughout with her approach to her job, and I don't think that the panel or the minister or anybody really was impressed with her at the end of that. It was, you know, a gentle breathing, but even though the heat was slow and low, you could tell that the tenderness is happening here. Tenderism. They cooked her. Here's some of it.
Out of that process, we got 281 comments as part of transparent general comments about the process, about even suggested questions for the panel were 8. Advocate Bell got 8 comments. Advocate Hronje got 9 comments. Advocate Johnson got 209 comments. Advocate Kanyile got 8 comments. Advocate Mock got 5 comments. Advocate Simelani got 28 comments. So it comes to 281.
Thank you, Minister. Advocate Johnson, I just wanted to ride on Professor Fikeni's comment. This one is a comment just to say I'm a bit concerned about your level of vigilance, you know, because one would expect it to be much higher than an ordinary person. You know, not belaboring the issue of the deductions that started in 2000. They're going for 20, I don't know what years now, 26, 25 years. And that is worrying to me because that has got an impact on who you are in the eyes of certain people inside. That's one of the many reasons. But secondly, I also, you know, why I had to bring it back, the issue of referees, you know, I would expect somebody who has got a friend who is maybe a scientist or something to say they were acting as a judge and write that, not you and me. Correct. We are lawyers. Correct. And it's worrying me that we had to pick it up here. You know how judges act. This person is a magistrate. Correct. You have written a senior judge. It's almost, it's bordering, if not full-blown, misleading. Because if some of the panel members or all of us did not know what an acting judge is, it gives it a different turn altogether. One of your referees is an acting judge, correct, as opposed to a
policy ityana lubuye zale rhabaxapha usamkelo zwane bambe sasiso sayo sankqi ncedisana kunye norhape umralo nogrant makamane zuzu lwa-38 rile awanda wenze ntoni umfokeli kuthethwa rhabaxa kuye wakhona uthi jonga ke mfana wam ungakulinge ucingele ucinga uba mhlawumbi ndingumntu ongusisi kuwe yes ndinguye kodwa ke ndingusompempe yiyeke yoba ndangumama sisi whatever ndingusompempe inkosi yakho ndim apha urile wacela uxolo ngokukhawuleza wenza into erayithi kumele ngaphandle kwakhona le bhola phambi kwethu apha izawuba yi-throw-in kwakhona kwesisithathu izawuthathwa ngutyabethu konyana wayishiya kambe Mario Piri uthi ishiye emfundeni xa masisebenzisa usilibazisa thina thatha bhoko ufile okanye ufile singamthathi sikhona thina thetha ke ngezanto zikhe inyama tayibulile malithi ufake ngezandla nobhola qabela phezu kwa-halfway line bana zafika kuqala kuyo ebholeni Orlando Pirates ihlatywa ngeqina inyusiwe kwela cala likapha phakathi esazulwini sebala dlule beza kuyifaka phakathi lobhola kodwa yambeka phantsi egadeni yathathwa kwakubolini wayihlaba ebhashini yabuyela kakuhle ngasemva bakhona bayijongile thabo bakhele ukhele wayihlaba phambili nankuya kokufuna idlala ulimboni kodwa wayiyeke lulininzi akafika kuyo ebholeni waphinda kwakhona umboni wangena engqondeni wayikapa kodwa wakapha ibhola kamnandi yathathwa yayindasekho iqela lesiwelele ishot entle long range ekhaleni kwebhali mnandi makaman bamyeka bamvulela fana lena yesitawuti hlaba kakuhle la bhola bhobhoza emadodeni bekhona bebukele enqaba igem wathi inkosi yabulela bamnika itshansi yokugama wakhapha intle kodwa nathi nabo kancinane ecaleni kwebhali uphansi akonzakalisa yaphansi konzakalisa nganxakarile nangokurile endaweni embakaye ebholeni obuya masezothathwa intasempophom kwakhe urile namhlanje akekho segemini nanokuqeqesha ezawukhawuleza nomfundise mna ngoba bakhona abadlali abalambele into abantu xa bengenile benze umsebenzi lo urile abawenziyo namhlanje urile udlala out of position okanye itheni le ndiyafuna ukutsho zendiyo le nto ubona ingathi akabonakali because udlala out of position nangoku nathi andiyazela mna emtatshela urile udlala out of position there's some guy ongathi akakho comfortable phana but kuba ke umntana so akangokwazi manje speak sokuhlala emkhoneni ngoba kule indawo udlala namhlanje andikho comfortable kuyo rather ungumva okanye udlase kule ndawo uqonda uyomqinisa esafisa umaya ngaye because udlalisa more of ebro kanti ke kuba izazi ngoba uno-ozwina police kweli cala yes akho ngxaki ngutsepangureni ngokodlala kule ndawo ibikhona udlala urele so kodwa rile akuthathe responsibility udlala besithi kwaye mhlawumbi ke masimnike itshansi ngoba awufuna opposition akwaziyo dalithuba watatazela selefikile ebholeni ngelishwa umuremi wangapha kwebhola yamnika ibhola yokuphumela ngaphandle nethi ziyenzeka zona izinto athi amathuba bayawenza hayi bawa-creator make no mistake iyi-chance nangoku lena kodwa wakakwazi ukuyikhaba i-chance evela kubani i-assist ka-evidence makomba kodwa ndizawuthi into bibiyingxaki biyintoni iyanwakalisa namhlanje into ngoba ngabe kanti umoremi uyakhosela bhola lenkosi uyilefute player bekumele kanti bekeziyi-side 50 phaya and nonetsika nomrhoba akalidlalanga kakhulu amalimshiye ulisayizile lafika kuye wafika nayo kuye umoremi uthi into ngoba ngabe kanti
silexe ngale ndlela nakubuya ku-second half izaba nengxaki isiwelele because ngoku inhlanzeni kwiparis iyakwazi ukudibanisa ezaa passes eza kubuyiswe nezaa crosses eza yonke loo nto leyo
ya ingxaki ngokwenene kuzafuneka bayilumkele mpela ngoku le nto abafana isiwelele akukhumbula kaloku uba onkabi bona kulaa nto bendikhe ndayithetha yoba bamkile abanye kodwa banee-buys ezintle banee-good buys kanye bathenge kakuhle khangela nje uba kubadlali ababathengileyo uchibuke ohizi usuka kwisikhukhune thabo makelo usuka kwichipa samkelo zwane from Kaizer Chiefs uzakele lipasa kakadlali kodwa usuka ku-Orlando Pirates ebugopotsana usuka kwi-Chiefs Happy Mashiyane usuka kwi-Chiefs uWade Lakey naye kakadlali usuka ngapha e-India kwi-Churchill Brothers noRene Buyile umkhowane naye sikamboni obesuka kwiqela isikhukhune siphethe umzuzu wokugqibela siphiwe imizuzu emithathu kuphela kuso esi siqinga
wafted up the smell like, whoa, what is that? Jesus Christ. Well, dogs are doing that with their ears as they're running. They're wafting up these scents. So they can pick up little minuscule particles of scents as they're wafting up. And then my pit bull had longer ears. He had ears almost like a Labrador, but he was a pure pit bull. Big fucking head, just jacked body. And he would, like dogs would come, like dogs that were loose would come to the fence and fuck with him. And he was crazy. He just couldn't get to them, and they would be fucking with him. And one dog pissed on his fence, like just lifted his leg, a Labrador, came by, pissed on his fence. And so he started slamming his head into the metal bars, like so his wrought iron metal bars, and he slams his head into the bar. And he's like mostly head, right? Like, pit bulls are like 50% head. And he's just like fucking, and he gets his fucking head through. And I hear all this noise, and I'm alone in the house. And then I hear this noise, and I look out the window, and I see Frank with his head like wedged between the bars, and I see this dog right outside the gate that was pissing. And I was like, oh my God, he's gonna get out. And so I run up to the fence, and I get to him right when his ass pops through he bent the bars. He got out. And so it's me running down the street in my socks, chasing this dog. And Andy do Frank, baby. He plowed this dog right into a pile of trash cans, right in my neighbor's trash cans, and I got a hold of his collar right before it fucker. So then I had to have another bar welded all around the perimeter of my fence to keep him from separating the bars. So this Israeli dude came over here, and he was the welder guy, and the fence guy, you know, and he's like, what happened to your fence? And I said, the dog did it. He goes, this fucking fence? Did this dog bend its fucking fence with his head? I go, yeah, the dog peed out there. He goes, bro. I go, yeah, that's a crazy dog. It's a different kind of dog.
Oh, that's Mike Perry, dude.
It's a different kind of dog. Yeah, different kind of dog. They don't care about pain. Pain doesn't mean a fucking think of that. They just want to hit it. Yeah. Get out. Like this dog was like, I don't think the dog was. I think the dog was like being friendly. Like you're like, whoa, smell my pee. You know, he's a Labrador.
Right. He's just like
going
around,
like, I'll do this over here.
Yeah,
He thought he was fine.
It's like, oh, I'm a cigarette.
Probably didn't even know what a pit bull was.
Yeah.
Yeah. This dog's a lot louder than me.
Yeah.
What's going on over here?
Oh God, that dog's wearing that has a chain.
I had this one neighbor that had a dog that he never trained. I mean, at all. It was basically a wild dog that he fed. It was a boxer. And this dog wouldn't listen to anybody. When they leave him in the house, like if they left the screen, so like they left the door open, the screen, the dog would just fly through the screen, just burst through the screen and go out. And then he'd come home when he was ready.
You couldn't, all he just had his own like plan or whatever.
They were really close. Oh, this dog. Is that a pit bull too? Yeah. Look at him. That's what he did. That's what my dog did. Oh, he bent the bars, man. Yeah, they're different. You gotta really make sure that your perimeter is secure with a dog like that. But this dog is not a dangerous dog. He's a little boxer.
I think I just got so nervous. I think just like I would be so nervous around them, you know. And
but you should be if they're not trained well.
And we didn't grow up around any dogs. You know, except for like dogs that were in our neighborhood. And they were more violent animals. We didn't have any like dogs in our home or any experience around dogs. You know, I remember first time I ever even met a indoor dog. It was I didn't know a dog could even be indoors, right? And I was at my buddy Scott's house, and they had a golden retriever. And this bitch came around the corner, dude, and I was like, who the fuck is that? I mean, it was like the most beautiful thing. I mean, it was just like
fluffy and beautiful, gorgeous.
Fucking long blonde hair. It was like Suzanne Summers. We just and I was like, damn, that thing is fucking fine. You know?
Suzanne Summers.
I just never seen a dog look like they had like gotten a good night's sleep. You know?
Remember Suzanne Summers with the Thigh Master? All she had was this spring. Pussy muscle. Because that's what you're doing. Like there's a lot of, like it's not squatting for your butt, it's not lunges, you're just tightening up them pussy muscles.
Oh, dude, squeeze that dick, squeeze that dick, squeeze that dick. Thing's gonna gleek by the time you get done with it, dude.
See if you can find the ad for the Thigh Master. A lot of ladies bought that too, because they want to look like Suzanne Summers. Look, it's just a spring. She's still looking good. She's like 1,000 years old.
Oh yeah, she's still looks really good in my head.
One of the biggest blunders in all of television though. Her and Three's Company.
That's a great show. What happened to it?
Crazy negotiations. She wanted more money. She was demanding more money because she had become a giant star. And so they basically relegated her to, she wasn't even on the show anymore. Like there was one episode where she made a phone call and she called them when she was on vacation. That was her in the episode. Her in some totally different location, calling them on the phone. And then they eventually replaced her.
Yeah, I remember they got a new woman.
I think it was like, you know, she got an aggressive agent. It might have been a husband, one of those deals. Yeah, I was like, I got this. I want to fucking, you deserve more money. It's just like what happened with Call Her Daddy. That's a similar situation. You know the Call Her Daddy podcast?
Oh, yeah. Alex, what's her name? Colin, no. Alex Cooper, yeah.
She had a co-host.
Right.
And the co-host had a boyfriend, was an agent.
Something Franklin. Sophia Franklin?
Is that it? And then Portnoy told us the whole story.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it was like the dude thought that like, she's gonna be this, she's a fucking star, you need to pay her more, and like, you know, they had a deal. Deal's a deal. She wanted more, and then there was negotiations. And, yeah, so her husband, former television producer Alan Hamill, went to negotiate for her, asking for $150,000 a week, which was the average that men were earning on television at the time. Okay, it's not television. Yeah, it's like saying, oh, well, brain surgeons make this, and I'm her, so I deserve it. And on par with what her co-star Ritter was making, John Ritter. She said she didn't know at the time that Ritter was making more since the three of them had a favored nations clause. What's that mean again?
Favored nations, I think, is like what is it? It's in.
I thought that means that you all make the same amount. Is that what it means?
No, I think it's a Inuit thing, isn't it?
No. That's First Nation. MFN provision is a term including a contract for products or services that prevents the seller from selling its products or services to the buyer's competitors for a lower price or on better terms.
Oh, I thought this was a Choctaw, dude. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Favored nations contract. I want what she's getting. Favored nations.
You know, agents will ruin a lot of stuff. Oh, God, yeah. It's unfortunate, huh?
Yeah, omnipresent in entertainment contracts. Certainly, it's fair. The favored nations clause are relatively simple to describe. They're a contractual commitment that no other relevant party will receive better or more advantageous terms from the party making the commitment. That makes sense. So, if you and I were doing a show, we would have a favored nations deal where we both make the exact same amount of money, which is fair. So, she probably didn't know that he was getting paid because John Ritter was a giant star.
Yeah, and that is John Ritter.
Yeah,
he was incredible.
He did an episode of News Radio.
Did he really?
Yeah, he's cool. So that was them back in the day, man. It was a great fun show.
So talented.
Someone ever ruined it.
Didn't he do Noises Off, that movie too?
What was that? Noises Off? I don't know what that is. Is that a deaf movie?
I don't know. Dude, I'll tell you this. One time I was walking down the street in New York, and they had a deaf group or whatever, like a gaggle or whatever, I don't know what it's called, but they got together, and they were outside of a bar talking, and I'm walking up, and I'm like, I thought maybe like the world had like shut off or something, I couldn't hear, because I'm seeing all these people interacting, but there was no sound.
Oh.
And I get close, and
here it is, noise is off. I've never seen this. What is noise is off?
I do recognize that's Christopher Reeves.
Oh, I thought John was.
Yeah, he is. We're doing a theatrical play.
It's a movie.
Oh.
It's like one shot. It never ends or something.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But
is it good?
Yeah.
Something to check out?
It's an old movie, yeah.
He was a real sweet guy. He was real. Everybody loved him. He was on the 7 radio for a week, and just a super nice guy. Like, there's sometimes you meet people and you hope they're going to be nice because they're nice on TV, you know, but they're not.
Yeah.
And it's really frustrating. It's weird. Like, they're creepy to you, or they're shitty to you because you're an actor. And you're like, oh wow, you're a cunt. You're fake. You're faking it for television. In real life, you're like this weird, snipey, sort of shitty, fucking insulting person. Yeah, I met a few of those too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very frustrating. Because you're like, God, I thought you were nice. I saw you on TV. You're nice. Just trying to say hi, and you're fucking cunt to me.
Yeah. Yeah, we were supposed to. Michael Landon was supposed to come to our town.
No, it wasn't Aquaman. It's Man from Atlantis.
Was he?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Was he on Little House on the Prairie?
Yeah.
I think he was on the Man from Atlantis too, wasn't he? Everybody would swim like Man from Atlantis when I was a kid. Oh, yeah, they swim like this because he swam like almost like a dolphin. He didn't swim like a person.
Well, dude, you have to think the first
Wasn't
people.
him? No, who was it? Who was Man from Atlantis? Who was the main actor? Patrick Double. That's right. I confused those two.
Well, Joe, you have to think probably the first people. Oh, wow, that dude.
You never saw this? Man from Atlantis?
The bad experiences that you had with a man, or maybe a couple of men. So, man,
So you're making my point.
what?
That you can't paint a whole group of people with the brushstroke. What is the saying?
Broad brushstroke. Listen, I'm not saying
We say culturally not to do it, but I think that what we're doing here is empathizing with this guy that went through a really fucking horrible situation.
I empathize with everybody. If a girl tells me she had a bad experience and she has PTSD because of it, and there's certain things that she's not going to do, or certain people she's not going to be around, I get it. I understand. Same thing with Jason Derulo. I get it. I understand. Like, I see why he said what he said.
But it's wrong.
Why is it
What he's
wrong?
saying is wrong. Like,
What's wrong?
What she'll say.
Because what he's doing is the same thing people do who think like all Muslims are going to blow shit up. And it's like, if that's the case, then Al and I got plenty of reason to be like, yeah, we don't trust Muslims because we saw the fucking planes fly into the building. But we don't do that. We understand that those are some crazy
How long
people.
did it take you to get over that, though?
Get over what?
Did you ever feel like that?
I never for a second judged Muslims afterwards.
Exactly. What about you, Alex? What about you?
When we were a little ignorant. Like,
Okay, so give him some time to get over.
yeah, but
It's still fresh for
I
him.
didn't chalk it up. I didn't chalk it up to
I didn't
Islam.
say that every Muslim I saw was going to be.
I didn't chalk it up to that.
I was just like, you know, when you saw the whole situation on the plane, you got a little worried.
And what?
Worried. I didn't snitch on him. I didn't say, yo,
I'll tell you some shit.
You was a little leery.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
Can I be honest with you? If I have my car parked and I see a woman trying to parallel park in front of it, I'll watch the entire parking process.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
If it's a woman, I'll watch the entire parking process
He's gonna make sure
she
the
gets
hold
there.
up, right?
That's it.
And make sure these jokes still hit.
Listen. I'm gonna watch the whole thing, right? And I'm gonna be there for 30 minutes for her trying to parallel park in a gigantic spot. I'm gonna watch the whole thing. Now, if it's a guy, I don't even watch.
Bro, hold on. Let me tell you why that's so funny. I'm driving in Jersey the other day. I'm coming off the exit. And you know, you're going around the exit, like, you know, you go around the exit and you're yielding. So it's a one-way. Some idiot is all coming this way. He's all on the. I'm like, what the fuck? Why would he even turn there? It's not a turn. So I'm looking. Asian. Asian.
Cap.
First thing I thought to myself was,
Cap.
I'm not even joking. The first thing I thought to myself was, it's not a stereotype if it's true.
It's not true.
I'm just telling you what I saw, Chris. I'm not.
In this circumstance, he's Jason Derulo. He's trying to get home to his family.
You been to Asia?
Say again?
Have you been to Asia?
Yeah.
What country?
I went to, there's one, right? I went to China. I went to, yeah.
How's it driving?
Yeah, because they're all self-driving.
Yeah.
Self-driving cars.
People drive their asses off.
Because they're not even in control.
What?
Self-driving cars.
No, scooters,
No, I went to
cars.
Tokyo. I went to Tokyo.
I'm sure the driving is beautiful in Tokyo.
The driving was fantastic in Tokyo. But you have to understand, they're equally terrified of each other, so everybody's very cautious. Right? It's just a little bit more concerned.
What do you call the
on road.
nuclear bomb?
You're going to be a little more
yeah.
concerned. That's it.
All I'm saying is, it sounds crazy. No, it don't sound crazy. What people wanted to do is they wanted to say it's sexist. But it's not sexist when you take in the context of what he's saying.
It is sexist, but he's also
It's
weighing
not sexist with the context, though. Because to your point, let's just say you said, like, that scenario is true, right?
Yeah.
I'm a little white girl. I get, something happens to me by a black guy, right? If that person says to me, I don't want to be around any black men
That's
because
racist.
that happened?
That's racist.
Is it, or is it because of a circumstance that happened to her?
I got a perfect example of this.
How is it racist?
Go with your perfect example.
So I don't. A woman I went to college with lived somewhere across the street from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. One day, she's like 8 years old. The doorbell rings. She opens it, and Kareem is standing there holding her dead dog in his arms. And he said, your dog just got run over on my front lawn. Here it is.
Who ran it over?
I guess another neighbor.
No.
She claims she's always been afraid of black people since that moment because there's this 7'2" giant guy, black, holding her dead dog in her arms and gives it to her as a kid, which I think is a little nuts to do, Kareem. Sorry, if it really happened. What's the verdict?
Yeah, you shouldn't be afraid of black people.
Well, why would you be afraid of him though? He didn't harm her.
Because she associates the trauma of the moment with this guy.
Get over that shit. Yo.
Why she the fact I don't understand that one, like because he didn't do anything to her.
How about this? How about this? Right?
And he said that was a perfect example.
No,
Chris.
that's a horrible example.
See,
how about this?
It was an example that was presented to me.
How about this? Jason Derulo could say this. Yo, this is ridiculous. I shouldn't be treating all women a certain way because of what this one crazy woman did. But
I'm gonna be cautious.
I have so much to lose with one shitty interaction.
Right.
I can't take the risk. In the same way that a person that's really rich and famous should not need to have security every single day. People should obey the law and not harass and attack you. But the risk is so great for a person who's really rich and famous, so they go, you know what, I'm going to have security.
Nothing wrong with that.
Because what you're doing is, essentially when you have security, you're assuming that there are people out there that are going to hurt you, and that's a real concern. So Jason Derulo, if he just framed it like, yo, this sucks. I love women. I want to work with women all this time. There are circumstances where I prefer working with women.
I feel like that's what he was doing. When he said, like,
I don't think
when he goes, I want to work with women, then he laughs, and then he was like,
the truth in everything.
He was what's another way that a lot of entertainers lose a ton of money? He gave this as an example. They get ripped off by their accountants.
And I'm just using it from a corporate perspective.
Right.
If I have an issue with somebody in corporate, I'm not having a conversation with that person without somebody else being present.
Yes.
Because that person will go twist your word. I want everything on record. I want to have a supervisor or some superior in the room when I'm venting my
But
frustration.
you're not saying I'm never going to work with a corporation again.
The corporation? No, but I might not work with that person, that individuals.
Yeah, well, that proves the point. You're like, I'm treating that individual based on their actions.
So y'all think women are a corporation?
I think they are. I think that we have to treat them like corporations.
Listen, by the way, I'm not saying that he shouldn't work with women again. I'm just simply saying I can understand where he's coming from. That's all I'm saying.
We all empathize with where he's coming from, and then on a daily basis, we take all these stereotypes that are floating around in our heads, and we say, you know what? Those things are wrong, and that we live in a civil society where we treat people equally and we give everyone a clean slate.
But you don't see how the media took the actual nuance and context of the conversation
and they ruined it.
and rage baited it. Jason Derulo doesn't want to work with women.
And
that's the issue.
That was also a point that he made. And yes, the media does that every single time. They do that with you, they do that with me, they do that with Jason Derulo, they do it with every single person, 100%. And
somebody might take this and put, Charlamagne the God agrees, Jason Derulo shouldn't work with women.
They will. They will. They will.
Which is not what I'm saying.
That's what you believe. That's what you believe. Yeah.
What I'm simply saying is,
listen, here's the thing. Jason Derulo is in a very privileged position. He's like a very wealthy guy. He can afford to pay men to do those jobs. Some of us got to get women because they're about 25%. So we're not in that situation where we can afford to only work with men. What an amazing privilege he has.
You're not even trying to look at me.
Whoa. You're a mom. It's different. But moms are totally different.
Listen, have you ever been warned by a woman? Have you ever had a woman say to you, hey, Charlamagne, watch that with her because she lies a lot. Taylor's done that for me.
Really? Do you know girls out there that are lying a lot?
Not only it had nothing to do with anything of this nature, but it was just like, yo, I don't know if I want you talking to that person about this because
I'll be honest, it's not even
lying.
It's not even girls. They're like dudes out there that, you know, we didn't hire, for example, because you just knew. Like, you looked at their content and you knew that they were just gonna make some video or do something. Oh, this is why I didn't want to work here, blah, blah, blah. You just knew their character. So that's just judging a person by their character.
Yeah, I mean, listen, and nowadays,
you got me convinced. I think that we should just judge women all as one. I was getting better. I was becoming a more three-dimensional human being that sees the greatness and the flaws in each person. But you brought me back. You put some holiday spirit in me.
It is, though. You know what, though? No, I'm gonna stick with this. It is a constant. It is a constant process you have to go through in your mind to judge things on a case-by-case individual basis. It just is, you know what I'm saying? Because if you have one encounter with one
Yep.
race, one gender, one sexuality, that's what we do. We lump everybody together. Why? I don't know.
I feel like in New York, we're so comfortable with each other that we judge people more by their clothing than we do by their race. You know what I mean? So,
But that's not always good. Think about how many times Alex got mistaken for gay.
But that's a good
Called a gay
thing.
slur for no reason. Never.
But that's a good thing. That's a positive thing.
I was having a conversation with somebody was like, yo, you talking about somebody was like, Alex the homo? And I'm like, yo, he is not.
He's not gay.
Exactly.
Yo, guys, Alex is not gay.
Bro,
he's not
I'm not
gay.
even going to tell you what some people think the F and WTF means, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to do that.
That it stands for Wheezy because she is
too. They think that it's an LGBTQ operation.
Shut up.
It is. It is.
I think it is.
It's a
what
black,
kind of benefit? Y'all got benefits, didn't
It's
y'all?
a black queer
We do.
podcast.
This body again.
You see Magic Johnson.
Gotta get some. You gotta take your chances, bro.
The person in charge is a vampire. One sip and your donation's gone, along with the rest of you. Now there's a reason why you wouldn't let a vampire run the blood drive, just like there's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. When you have a problem, you want the experts to be on your side, okay? Not like some vampire at the blood drive. Morgan has a proven track record for fighting for the people for over 35 years, with over $25 billion recovered from their clients. Morgan & Morgan knows about fighting to get you the compensation you deserve. Hiring Morgan & Morgan is like hiring an army to go into battle. They've got more than 1,000 lawyers and 100 offices. You deserve to be paid. Not all law firms are the same. Hire the wrong one and you may be... You can go to forthepeople.com/idiots. That's forthepeople.com/idiots. Episode in, by the way. I'm doing so.
How could you stop? I couldn't stop.
Actually,
I had to go get a drink. I'm like, I gotta go pour me some wine.
Yeah,
Like, I went through a whole bottle of wine, bro. That shit was crazy. I've heard before.
but
when you
video, oh god, the old footage.
No.
What's that?
This isn't the first doc of Diddy, though.
Nah, but
this was tough. This was
bro, they give you reminders after every accusation. That's how you know that legal was involved.
Yes.
Because somebody did, and it will immediately go, we reached out to the comes of...
One thing about being somebody like Diddy, there's no benefit of the doubt that he would, because it ain't about the stuff that they're saying he did. It's the stuff we know.
Yeah.
So when you see the things you know, you don't put nothing past it.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, God damn.
Yeah.
Listen,
it's
man,
crazy.
It happened. I watched that doc on Friday night, and of just life, bro. I don't think you can get that power hungry though. I think that's got to be in you already.
Yeah.
I think it's like a that's been lying dormant, and when you write things to that gene, it comes out. I don't think people aren't naturally like that. Like money, power, naturally just make you like that. Because then you have other people, right? Like you can have somebody like I'm using it, who you've seen throughout her life with that money do amazing things. Not just people like. So that already has to be in you to be whatever that shit is that he is. I don't even know what you call that. Is that evil? Man.
Yeah, bottomless pit, and the only thing that can fill it is a thirst for more power.
Damn.
And that's the problem. It's like, if power is your goal or money is your goal, you're in a really difficult position. Thing that validates you is more money or more power. You're going to be capable of some horrendous shit.
I think power even more than money. See, with Diddy,
without a doubt.
Because there's plenty of Diddy. Like, let's be clear, Diddy's no way.
She didn't have a good interview with the panel. And some of it comes from the revelations which came about at the ad hoc committee in Parliament. But it was much more than the revelations that were made at the ad hoc committee. But that ad hoc committee performance had an impact. The public took a firm view on her and her prospects. She had the most objections. In fact, 71% of the public comments which were submitted objected to her being promoted to this role. But throughout the interview, there were various issues that were raised. Number one, she was a member of a union for 20 years or so. She was not supposed to stay a member of the union. Didn't check, because when you become an employer or part of the employer level, you're not supposed to maintain your union membership. Number two, there were multiple criticisms of the performance of her particular department in various cases. The Machela Cocoa matter was raised. There was a very poor performance. There was an Estina Dairy was raised, a very poor performance, and there was also New Lane which was raised. That was appealed, but fundamentally there was serious criticism which was still raised at the beginning of the process. Then there were issues about the appointment of her husband when she was still at Scorpion. She did not recluse herself fully from the whole process, participated in different parts of the process, and gave an explanation which was not satisfactory to the panel, and also was not satisfactory, by the way, to the parliamentary ad hoc committee. She said, when my husband came in, I left the room. But she was still scoring the people who he was rivals against in that particular process, and the minister took a view that the whole thing was irregular. I'm going to play you some of the clips, but there were issues throughout with her honesty. There were issues throughout with her attention to detail. There were issues throughout with her approach to her job, and I don't think that the panel or the minister or anybody really was impressed with her at the end of that. It was, you know, a gentle breathing. But even though the heat was slow and low, you could tell that the tenderness is happening here. Tenderism. They cooked her. Here's some of it.
Out of that process, we got 281 comments as part of transparent general comments about the process, about even suggested questions for the panel were 8. Advocate Bell got 8 comments. Advocate Hronje got 9 comments. Advocate Johnson got 209 comments. Advocate Kanyile got 8 comments. Advocate Mock got 5 comments. Advocate Simelani got 28 comments. So it comes to 281.
Thank you, Minister. Advocate Johnson, I just wanted to ride on Professor Fikeni's comment. This one is a comment just to say I'm a bit concerned about your level of vigilance, you know, because one would expect it to be much higher than an ordinary person. You know, not belaboring the issue of the deductions that started in 2000. They're going for 20, I don't know what years now, 26, 25 years. And that is worrying to me, because that has got an impact on who you are in the eyes of certain people inside. That's one of the many reasons. But secondly, I also, you know, why I had to bring it back, the issue of referees. You know, I would expect somebody who has got a friend who is maybe a scientist or something to say they were acting as a judge and write that, not you and me. Correct. We are lawyers. Correct. And it's worrying me that we had to pick it up here. You know how judges act. This person is a magistrate. Correct. You have written a senior judge. It's almost, it's bordering, if not full-blown, misleading. Because if some of the panel members or all of us did not know what an acting judge is, it gives it a different turn altogether. One of your referees is an acting judge, correct, as opposed to a magistrate. Those things worry me. They're small, but they worry me. A third one is the Estina matter was also thrown out of court as a result of unreasonable delays, and you have not mentioned it. You know, so that's why I say maybe it's just comments, but unreasonable delays in the courts is fundamental, because it goes to the heart of justice and a fair trial and access to the courts, and therefore access to justice. You know, So it's worrying me that the way you look at things or the way you couch them, it has a different certain level of a truth as you see it, but not necessarily an absolute truth. I think I'm also trying to be strategic.
No,
but you hear me.
No, I hear you.
Already 3 examples.
Yes.
Wherein, at the end of the day, you have not been entirely reported ahead. Let me just put it out there.
Absolutely, and I want to be very clear. I have not been dishonest. Should we then conclude that your ability to pay attention to detail is a bit of an issue? Let me tell you why. Let me give her the CV. Your CV is full of flaws. There's inconsistency between your CV and the form that we've sent you. Sure. And that is worrying for me. I just looked at it. Now, your CV is meant for us to be able to use as a determining process as well. So that's why I'll correspond between the CV and the question form. And that's what I'm saying. If you're saying that it was not misleading, then I conclude that you do not pay attention to detail. In this instance, I didn't. I clearly didn't. Unintentionally, I didn't. I really sent my CV. And if you'll allow me, Minister, there can be no excuses. But I'd like you to hear the following. I don't apply for jobs. It's not something I do. But I take the point that I'm supposed to be more vigilant with the CV. I sent my CV and I accept that I was wrong. I should have checked it first and then sent. That is why when I had to do the questionnaire myself, I was vigilant in the questionnaire and was able to properly set out, because that was then the document I was penning myself. But I can't agree from the point. I hear you are taking it, and I think this is just beyond here, because we published this CV before we could get the form. We've never published the form. We took your CV and published it. I accept that. The team emailed you to say, please verify this CV because we are going to publish it. Because I asked them to get permission from all of you before we could publish the CV, so that you are not found wanting. You're not anything that you're not comfortable about. Please take it out. This is what you sent us. And that's what I'm saying. It's my issue. It's the ability to pay attention to detail. It's the membership of the union who didn't pay attention to detail. It's the CV. It has did for a prosecutor, senior prosecutor, and a head of an investigating directorate that has.
I forgot about that. I don't know.
Titi mengondo.
Mana sih? Ang bandolin sesat. Aku bandolin ini sepadan. Oh, bethu nabantwana bam. But I got into that. Anti-club. I will been trying to light it. I charge in the day. Go charge. Huh? You could put in I just sorry.
Do you like you?
La sini. Itu dia. Yang tu ni motor siapa?
Tim.
311 22.
We are the stage where we either die or we rise.
You voted for them in Johannesburg.
That was in 2020.
After 2016.
And what happened? No, they voted for us too. And what happened when they were trying to control us? We left because you see my brother, my father, and my grandfather. They said Yabas, Yabas. You see me? I can never say Yabas.
Never say that. So,
and the people that I lead, they can't say
It appears to me that Helen Zille doesn't trust the PA because she feels you guys can always pick up and leave when you don't get what you want. Because
like
when
whatever you
voted
want.
in the city of Johannesburg, for instance, there was a time you wanted a particular portfolio for your members, one of your members or one of your leaders to be an MMC of one of the portfolios. When they didn't give you that, you picked up and you joined the ANC.
Yes. Because I'm not here to be liked by Helen Zille. My Dexter, my partner loves me. Why would I want her to love me? I'm not here to be liked by her. I'm not those grapes that need white love. Let's be clear on that one. I will never ask her permission. I'm not there for her satisfaction. I am being invited by the Secretary General of the African Balula. Invited us. I am there. He is the principal of this agreement by virtue of the number of votes that they got. Now she wants to be premier and you come to a man's house, you say, no, before his wife was make food for him, you must first be consulted. That's what she's saying in general.
What would you like if, because you're saying you're going to go around and criticize President Cyril Ramaphosa if he doesn't, give you any ministry, as long as you get power somewhere. Somewhere is the legislature. So if you don't get a ministry, what would satisfy you as a Patriotic Alliance as being consulted and being taken seriously by this government of national unity? Would you like a committee chair in Parliament?
No, I'm not here for committee chairs. My issue is that if they don't feel they need me, where I can add value,
which is in the ministry.
I believe, people have this, particularly we black South Africans, have this problem of ridiculing people when they put up their hand. Making fun of people, but the hands are down. You mustn't laugh at the person. I am saying here, I grew up in the gangs. I went to jail at a young age. I spent my whole youth in jail. I led the prison gangs, I led the gangs on the outside. They came out, I transformed my life. I understand how criminals think. I became a very successful businessman in my life. So I'm saying that I think I'm best equipped to fight crime. I understand the mafias. I understand the gangs. I'm not going to go read. If I get appointed, let's say the president appoints me Monday morning, I already know where the first place I'm going to go to,
which is
the airport. because it's a crime scene. Tambo is a crime scene. You need to rearrange the whole airport. Because it's a crime scene. You have one little dog sniffing. There are 20,000 people passing a day. That dog can only sufficiently sniff 20 people. There's so many ideas that I have, that I know I can fight crime. And I want to offer that to my country. If the president feels I'm not the right person for that job, or he is a better person, I must not be angry, but I have the right to say, no, we're going to set this one out. Because we also don't want what Helen Zeller is doing with the ANC now to happen to us. Voters are looking at us, and she has just detailed paying the ANC big time. That they must report to. Imagine people go past the DA and vote ANC to hear a week thereafter that the very ANC they voted for can't move. Which I'm speaking to. It is racism, it is this white supremacist attitude that she has. She has no business. She's not only embarrassing President Cyril Ramaphosa, she's also embarrassing her own president. In the PA, imagine if one of the traitors go and talk this nonsense. In the PA, Bushida will be gone.
If the president asked you, why I must appoint you the minister, what would you explain to us now what you ministry and where you would focus on? What fundamental changes would you bring about if you are appointed Home Affairs?
You know, we don't want to set in this country. Let me say, we're not just talking about, we're talking about job creation. Then we have kids in Sweden. Let us be more reasonable for the sake of this argument. Let's explain. What is it? Being a criminal, 2 things for a job. 2 million have been got a job at the moment in the restaurant, for the houses, in the government departments. Once you let's deport them, you immediately solve number one, there's 2 million jobs. That's in the market. That's on the market. Immediately, the super criminals are out. Thirdly, these people, load shedding, they are reducing the load on the grid. Now the grid does not need to work. Many people, I can go further. That's the language. RDP houses, for the road accident fund.
The Constitution allows for it.
No, but the Constitution doesn't allow for it, my brother.
That's what the RAF does right
The
now.
Constitution doesn't allow for a criminal to claim from them that he's living here. The Constitution does not recognize you unless you came with asylum. Yeah. And the asylum, you can't jump from Nigeria. As the law of seeking asylum is very clear. You go to your neighboring country. Are we the neighboring country of Nigeria?
Yeah. I mean, you make a good point. I'm just saying that the RAF president, in fact, is trying to fight it in the Constitutional Court now because what the legislation says actually allows that any foreigner here who is in an accident in South Africa can actually apply for RAF. And the CU is trying to fight that because he feels that there are people that may be legal that may benefit.
Hey, Popeye's chicken. The people at the Popeye's chicken showed me love. She gave me some free pies I didn't get to eat. Shout out to the people at the Popeye's chicken. Got to the city. We went to Hammond. Great interview out there in Hammond, Louisiana. Got her up, changed clothes, hit the streets, and put them Christian Louis Vuitton red bottoms on. And I got with my partners from what's that? No Cap Rap.
No Rap Cap Podcast.
No Rap Cap Podcast. And they took me to a trail ride event. I don't know what they took me to, but it was it wasn't nowhere that I would go.
Okay.
Now, Reverend, it took me last night. We're a bunch of standing in the dirt with them tennis on, with no high heels on, holes with bullet wounds in their thighs. Them with them C-section scars and their bellies were showing, and the motorcycle jackets looking like they don't own nothing. I wasn't supposed to be there. So as soon as I get there, they got us waiting in line like I'm a regular Smoke Joe. And guess who they got performing? Beanie Siegel and who was that other?
State Property.
Man, nigga, them has been. They done went and got the Four Tops and the Temptation to come perform for some YB fans. And they got me in the house. So they done went and got some has-been, some used to be, that we don't even bump down here in the South to come perform in New Orleans. We ain't never been with State Property in New Orleans. So they done pushed me to the side for some white. So I play along. So listen, just stop it right now. That's how I tease them, guys. So listen, so they done push me to the side and treat me with hostility as I get to the line, right? So when I get to the line, they got a board security guard. They got a board security guard going through my bag. She take my mace. I got a bag full of money, so she filming through the money. I'm saying, man, nigga ain't. So let me just say this: I had a very upper echelon black political figure told me years ago that as a prestigious black man, if you ever have to go to an establishment and they have to pat search you or put your hands on you, you should not enter there because they don't give. They wouldn't pat search. They wouldn't pat search Chris Brown. If you go nowhere where they should be. So that was my first mistake, going somewhere because everywhere I go, yeah, they look to my bag, but mother don't pat search. I'm coming to spend time. See what I'm saying? So and let me just say this: for them to do all that, only for niggas still to get covered in weapons in. The ones they pick and choose, right? So like a security person, under whole road, so they go from flesh. You got some attitude, put the vans on, the thing working up. But when I come, make it known that don't by me being there. So I think I heard something. Nigga, I'm coming in with 40,000. So I'm saying, man, I'm playing along cool. So I see that we with, he got to do a bunch of explaining. And I'm saying, man, this ain't nowhere. He got attitudes at the gate. So they see it's me, I'm a crew. Man, I'm ready. Put a venue on, he had on like a motorcycle jacket. So we with, and I don't know none of these guys I'm with. The guy we with, I see him step off and talk to the guy who's doing the event. They don't just let us in, we still held up. So when he come back, now he want to shake my hand. I done got all day line, like out of welcome to French Fish all night. So I heard two things. He came on the guy I'm with said that. Then when the camera on my own, y'all brought. Then I heard one say, well, he can't get on stage. I don't want to with no used to be. I'm hot right now, selling our shows. He was hot 20 years ago when they were fat. Now they old and skinny. Don't nobody want me. Matter of fact, what kind of rain red bottoms today? I got on some Christian Louboutin. I got dirt with these poor ass. The nigga that brought us there, he stayed there. You know why? His woman wanted to go there. And she wanted him now so she can watch it. And it's enough that he probably wanted to see. That's where they want to flavor. I don't party in the dirt. I ain't no trail ride nigga. Yeah, they get burning trail ride. So yeah. So they take me to another event, man. They say, I don't like to eat. I like to. Y'all taking me everywhere. I go around a bunch of and poke. Take me where to choose players and match. To take me where players and max get chose. Players and max don't get chose in a regular club. That's why girls go together. That's why guys go together. And nobody dances or exchanges with one another. Take me where them dancing on the laps at. So they take me to another spot called Lynch. They got big arm, big shoulder, bald head, tough looking ass security. No white boys nowhere to make you feel safe. Just a bunch of, so I know it's dangerous. Nowhere. I'm saying, man, I see this. They ain't got no white boys. That's the jail. It's all, yeah. So before we even get to the door, it's most sound can be a shoot. I'm saying, man, why did you when I look out into the crowd, and I don't look at hairstyles. I look at the feet. I look from the feet down to the head up. Crowd let me know. If I look down and I count 20 pair of feet and I don't know high heel, this ain't my venue. All these take their all put their hand and wiggle that in the air on them when they get through dancing up the face and be want to put their finger in your mouth. So now, everywhere I was taking me, we went somewhere else, but I can't think. Everywhere in the corner where I couldn't be seen. I'm gonna be in the mix, man. Know how I be. I'm a lit candle. Don't put me in the closet. You like the counter for put it in the closet. You know, man, no, my nigga, I like the rap cap, no cap, all night long. I was walking on the blade, so they taking me everywhere where I want. I'm 3 tax baggers of blood, but they ain't bad to me. So I had to say, homie, where the big, and they couldn't take me where the big money go. I'm disappointed in New Orleans. So Tula got their bills paid last. For those who I was the St. Bernard reunion, 7 World War. I ain't got no money. I'm still trying to get home in the room. All right, so how was your trip to Bourbon Street? So home of the love for young people and the white people. So it's the love from the young people that made Bourbon Street. Right. And you know, I'm this guy. You know, you old really got attitude because you don't want to. They be wanting to yeah. So I was out trip though. On a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 4. Whoa. I'm in Rabu, Magic City. This was a 4.5. We can't get a 5? No. Man, you don't turn her down. So I had to tell the club and the DJ working in the club can't bring no to me. If you like, or them I reject the club right. Them y'all getting to play on me. I'm looking for them. We got a bunch of gazelles and zebras running. I'm just jumping high, running fast at the front of the pack. I'm looking for the jump in the lifting, but still trying to keep up with the pack. You know what I'm saying? So that's what. So now, so you got about 15, 20. When they see you get the bottle, they come. We playing like they fans, but they engage me. They sitting and waiting, trying to put the bag down. They don't know Uncle Expert will come to them. Coming up hanging around, them the beggars. Nobody like beggars. Nobody like a beggar. We like a 6-side acting. Yeah. So the bird come up hanging around, kicking your eyes, wiggling your ass, they sucker. That's why they come back there and shaking their tail, fella. Most immediately go to dropping money for that because they see that big ass. Wait, fellas. These ain't the ones. This is the third string. First, don't run to the patrons. They don't shine on shade. They lazy. So, now I had to hurt a bunch of them little bitches in the first batch to come. Funny people I like. We don't even know what's in them. Y'all bum rushing up. The drinks ain't came, the bottles ain't came, girls around us with no drinks. We ain't got the ones yet. This is so distasteful. This is inappropriate. This is inappropriate behavior. They were supposed to be in the business of providing. Get a bum on the corner asking for money when you're doing this. Don't you show me? Because I had to do one like this. Once the other realized they wasn't getting no drink, they scattered with a third leg, and they spoke nothing. Soon as the waitress go, can she get a drink? No, she can't get no drink. She ain't saying nothing to nobody. You just go come stand around. It's 6 people on stage. You ain't gonna introduce yourself to none of these people. No, you can't get no drink. Y'all think suckers, and most y'all suckers for that. I'm a perfect gentleman. I'm looking for a lady working with her. To the stripper. So what happened to the stripper, man? That tell you fake name with a fake story to give the best in her fake story. So yeah, man. So yeah. So Now on a scale of 1 to 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give it 4.5. Cause ain't no way in the world I could see. What's the white boy name used to be for the Saints quarterback? Drew Brees. I couldn't see Drew Brees in there with Johnny Manziel playing during the Super Bowl. Good though. Well, will you come back again? Yeah. I gotta go. Yeah.
Okay, so real quick, Queasy the Black Chick. I'll touch some questions about some of the things going on in the city since you're in New Orleans.
Yes, ma'am.
So my first question is, what's your thoughts on New Orleans girl, they call her T? She's been having a relationship with her security details and pushing taxpayer funds on vacations and trips for their relationships. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, y'all done put up in power. Yeah, y'all done put up into the mayor's office. That's why. Yeah. Hey, does she have a husband first off?
She did. He recently.
You don't ever vote a single woman into power. Yeah, because Because in the power, did she lose the power of the? Because she gotta sneak and get out the way if without a husband. Look what done happened. So there's another woman. So there's several black women who have taken over mayor positions. Who integrity and dignity have been in question. Even Miss Fannie Willis, another man. So yeah.
So it's the people's fault. They voted for her.
No, it's the people that didn't vote for her. Because the majority don't never go out and vote. It's the minority that gets out and vote. No friends, her sorority sisters, her business friends. Then with 5, 6, 7, 8,000, 10,000 votes, she can win the city. Right. But let me just say this, and this is nothing to slight New Orleans, but New Orleans have always had a history of corruption, whether it's been within your local government, whether it's been within your local police department. That's historically have always sat over New Orleans like Chicago because this is a mafia town. It's a mob town. So corruption lies here.
That's a fact.
Even that bald head, what is it, Rogan?
Mayor Ray Nagin?
Ray Nagin. Y'all go back the last 2, 3.
Okay. So my next question is, how do you feel about the New Orleans inmate Derrick Groves? That's how you say his name. Saying he's now targeted and treated unfairly in prison. Any advice for him? Now he's
I ain't no advice for him. You listen. Them 30 days, them 100 days you was on the run. Yeah. Take the treatment. You got you. While you was out, you got to take your little break. They wasn't supposed to bring you back alive. They supposed to make an example out the last. And you done outran everybody. They supposed to shot your arm off or something. You weren't supposed to come back whole where you can complain to the rest of the world. I hope they mistreat you some more. And the rest of them too. The teach. Stay in jail. If you get a chance to get out, don't get out. Stay there. Wait till we release you. You don't create no home release date for yourself. So y'all keep mistreating them. New Orleans Parish, spinning his food, have that white boy come in the beans, and when they give them the butter beans, have the white boy come in the butter beans and stir them up good. Yeah, the boy done got out and got some, and then got one of them, and they said the boy had a big old long, that's how he got the guard to get him out. Get way out again. That's what they said. They said, that boy made the bill. They made that reach and grab that boy and try to turn him in because she's sick of paying for that. I keep telling you, that got an expiration date.
So recently in Baton Rouge, a young black woman by the name of Stacey Charles, she was murdered by her white boyfriend Steven, and the police released him after multiple attempts.
Talking to the microphone.
Okay, the police had released him after multiple attempts. Do you think race had a play in that?
Of course it did. Okay. Anytime a white boy is with a black sister, he willing to mistreat her. Can't no white boy love a black woman like a white woman can love a black man. A white man don't have the type of love that you love a sister.
Yeah.
But the white woman got the kind of love that it's her desire to. It's not his desire. His desire is to treat the black woman like he treats the white woman. He a caveman. Right. White man ain't romantic. All you gotta do is watch his movies. That's him. So nothing about that the white man creates for his fantasy with his woman is what any that's a caveman. So I'm saying this to say all that. She ain't got no cousin, she ain't got no brother, she ain't got no daddy. because she ain't got nobody in the family that are willing to lay down their life like George Floyd did for his daughter to get 20 million.
No, I know the family speaking out is fairly new. They wanted like more coverage on it. They said they're not talking about it.
If you want more coverage, one of the family members go one of his family members. If you want more coverage, don't add. You have to go spill somebody. Preferably you get him. But if you can't get him, you get his baby sister.
Yeah.
You get his elder brother. Y'all keep talking mental health talk. Under mental health talk, you can be civilly committed into a hospital or a mental institution forever without seeing a judge. And your only release is what they doing to Wendy Williams.
Yeah. The conservative.
Talking that, ain't no man keep talking that mental health talk.
Because it gives them more power.
There you go. And it strips us of our due process. You'll never see a judge. And the thing about it, you'll disappear because under the laws, in jail, they have to tell somebody they have you. There's no system you can look in to say he's in a hospital.
Right, yeah.
Man, we can't release that information. By the time your people get you, you full of drugs. You don't even know who you are to say who you. So y'all keep talking that mental health. In itself, I ain't got them. I mourn for the family. We got this up. I hurt you before I hurt me.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I hurt an innocent person before I hurt me to be wrong. I could be wrong and for me I hurt somebody that ain't wrong. So it's because the white boy done put a charge on him and he know he's innocent right now. You can't go to hell.
Is New Orleans rising star Queen Queasy has been into it with her mother via social media. What's your thoughts on Black Mothers House Center?
I've never seen that. I've never seen that. It's a new generation. I done seen a young girl resent her mother.
Just a response. We're going to discuss that. And let me just tell you, turning point is so good after this. You just cannot survive being disingenuous. We also are going to the Egyptian planes today. They're also going to be hard to hit us. If that was nothing, what military planes do fly around the skies? Charlie Kirk is being assassinated. It comes out. Maybe be the key to freedom. This question on behalf of the entire world: what the hell is going on? I don't know what is happening. Who's in charge exactly? Who calling the shots on all of these terrible and extremely obvious? Just, I think we all deserve to at least know what's going on. It feels like this company is going to turn into Enron, right? Amazing. The lack of transparency and also, ironically, the transparency of the thing you us up. They are just so obvious. Trying to. Before we get into their frankly bizarre tweets and ultimatum, you guys and let you know that Cam Higby, propagandist reporter, press secretary, laugh. Okay, right, don't laugh, and then proceeds to ask about France's assassination on my life, which I also said that France was on the day that Charlie was assassinated. Yeah, this Cam Higby, take us as well.
Yeah. This is much. Don't laugh. Does the DOW any evidence at all of a French military plot to
That is a swap that I'm but, you know, in question, I can try to find it and let you know. I think that more law enforcement matter, though.
Propagandists. So I obviously not going to lead back to Dreamfoot USA, but little did I know, add Cam Higby list of brand new. You know, everyone was just so brand new that day. Everyone was so brand new leading up to Charlie's assassination. Is on. So in theory, Cam Higby, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the investing. I'm just first. After my episode, I expected, call me crazy. I expected that to reach out to me, text via email, and follow up with their vibe, and to be sincere and say, okay, here are some times when like this happen. We're gonna set up this great debate. Rather, instead of hearing anything from Turning Point, I heard this morning via text, which I'm that I was somehow already 9 hours into
Hayi, hallelujah, yenzileyo. Yeah. Don't cry. Mungisi.
Classics, 10 a.m. At 2 p.m., Kushaza Sibia going with rich, soulful sounds. Mama Dumo take you on a journey with jazz and 5 to 7 p.m. And let the music move you. Only on 702. 702. Let's walk the talk. When it comes to protecting your workforce, trust the workwear brand that has been protecting workers for over 150 years. Sweeto. Rifles and uniform solutions for every industry, so your team is safe, comfortable, and cash. Visit our new Boxburg showroom, Atlas Road, Westwood, Boxburg, or go to store.com today. Sweeto, we never let you down. Protective workwear since 1871.
Santi, be in it to win it by playing ball. Changing 17 million guaranteed jackpot this Friday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for the guaranteed 7 million jackpot today, and your dreams could become a reality. Buy your tickets now on nationallottery.co.za, banking or speed down star 120 stars USD. Panda Pusha Play. That's the only range of the National Lottery.
We did big. This one is even bigger, and it's happening this Friday and Saturday only. Get up to 100,000 paid assist on over 1,800 demo models from 26 leading brands. Backed by SA's largest and leading dealer network. 2 days only. Visit motorselect.co.za. Shop the demo range now. It's a reality. It's good to know that there's something.
around things. Yeah, but I haven't watched for a couple of hours now. They're still very much on this band. He sense that the killings task at plane, and it seems the minister's one of his major defenses is that he shouldn't have used the word disband. But is he in any way could have done what he did?
John, because he's contradicting himself in many aspects.
Right.
And I'll point to one specific issue that he raised previously in saying that he took the decision to disband the PKTT upon receiving certain complaints, and these complaints were within SAPS as well as appear before the ad hoc committee. And Charlie, who was his employee turned whistleblower, he'd received against the PKTT in terms of human rights, more specifically within the interns from SAPS about them losing control, SAPS as a whole, losing control over managing the PKTT. The PKTT was seen, according to Ntunu, as a unit operating out of bounds of SAPS's operational structure. And so he claims that he received all these complaints, and upon receiving these complaints, some of which were also received by the National Police Commissioner Fani Masemola, he took the decision to write that instruction to disband the unit on December 30th. The change. Yes. In him saying that I really based my decision on what these told by Commissioner Moshale. So it's a bit difficult to kind of words. He's contradicting himself a lot. And I think we're sort of seeing this now on parts of his testimony. And he's been testifying about the KTT issue since he started on Tuesday and resumed yesterday and again today. That we haven't even got to possibly knowing. And I know the commission are running over time. They normally wrap up about 5. And they're going to wrap up with it because what they'll do is to have to resume in the new. So it's a bit hard to understand what he's trying to defend his decision instruction for their disbandment. But
one thread that's running back to you, Oren, is asked about a number of different entities and individuals. One of the questions we vary, let me say, seem that you would expect to consult with their produce certain sets using to reference his. Did you ever engage with them and to get his work done? That seemed not to happen. Discuss it with other members. That seemed not. This stuff is hard to defend. I mean, is he? That's your.
John, I think it's that he has within politics and within government.
Yes.
Serving in most recent portfolio of police has come in with quite a calculated approach to the commission. Him kind of being teared apart to some extent in the ad hoc commission when he appeared, or the ad hoc committee, and he's stuck to his argument for disbanding the task team. It's a major flaw, and at the end of the day, he should have consulted with the relevant people within SAPS, Commissioner Fani Masemola, yes, as well as the Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, also the head of crime intelligence, Dumisani Kumalo, being the coordinator of the PKTT. But just that, and I think, I don't want to be too hard on him because what Senzo and Kuno put out and base it on Colonel Mare's work study, which you've referenced. Yes. And that's in 2024 last year, to look at it. And task teams are a temporary sort of absorbed into the structure. I think he had a I think he was the commissioner started to question him on some of those studies we used.
Do you really believe that's all program was $8 million a year?
Why would they be doing that with the help from deep state?
First now, Washington DC killing all of this and not allowed to have them be recognized Somaliland or Somaliland. DC, what was the place to bird Palestinians to? But you can't be somewhere where you can put it. And that's the US is great ally. This will remember the United States. Systems, little people, attackers are going to that. This whole family care center to me looks like annual revenue where you have $50 billion a year to solve these to buy the organizations on in exchange for a piece of land or Israel can. Your whole government is corrupt. Okay? This is all I don't think I do with India. And my job is to India.
What is lacking security and increase of how applicable to understand this balance and exactly. What is it? We are dealing with an organized question. Maybe quite what are you dealing with on the crime and the crime? So, general community program is the basic if I proceed, a warning. I feel like this is not this constitutes the only organized suffering. The others are higher. When you look at the organigram, fashion number, they think about it. So, yeah. I haven't given nothing of it.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not the issue.
Three at bottom. Then there's a line with the top, and then there's one that comes in from the side, kind of to that line to the top, which is not connected to the three, but it's connected to the top one.
Yeah. I would draw a different organogram. The same organogram, and then another, where I show that by his own logic, he says, there is a difference between a syndicate and a cartel.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll draw another organogram. And that organogram will show us the link between the cartel, the Big Five, and syndicates that are aligned to it. Now, I don't know whether crime intelligence has plotted that.
Yeah.
So, because my assumption is that General Kumalo would not have told us to distinguish between a syndicate and a cartel if he was not aware of the existence of syndicates, on the basis of which he differentiates the activities from the activity of the cartel. If I'm correct, then the organogram is incomplete, in the sense that yes, you can show the Big Five structure,
yeah,
but you also need an organogram that shows the big, so you have a block, and that one block is the Big Five cartel, and then you have other blocks that are linked to the Big Five.
Yeah.
These other blocks are the criminal syndicates. The question for me is, how many of the criminal syndicates which I think are linked to the Big Five has crime intelligence been able to identify?
Interesting, because when we zoom into Kumalo's diagram, he also lists the activity of the members. So that's that particular syndicates could be 25 foreigners, contractors, etc. Yes, so one thing those would be, might be syndicates involved in those specific areas.
Another thing, so I would draw the organogram in that circle.
Yeah.
So yes, you have the Big Five, and inside the Big Five block, you have the leaders of the Big Five. Have an organogram in which you want to and block in that block, which is the Big Five. So blocks being the criminal syndicates.
Sure.
In model, I think so. Then you have the first circle. It may or not be the best. You draw different circles representing different syndicates. And then when you plot the outputs of the whiteboard, you have to of the circles intact and criminal activity is a reset and it's not intellect. And in terms of what I call the behalf, what is sign for you have the also is on the what you create if you have is that you have a circle and beside our instances would be in a twin B must get the instance. What is the it could be the leader of the cartel or the Big Five cartels. So if you are a you have people so that you can't actually cartel it can show as the ICU contribute somewhere out of it. Now you just I think that's a bit but the criminal organization relies on it. And if it does rely on guerrilla tactics, what things it do? Go find out a particular area of operation. Then relying on guerrilla tactics, they must rely on the structure of cells. The main cartel has cells that operate underneath. And the members of the cells underneath or below it may not the existence of the Big Five itself.
Or the other cells, maybe?
Or the other cells.
Sure.
Well, in a pure guerrilla tactic environment, member of the cell, not aware of members of cells, and member of all the cells that have been created below the Big Five will not be or should not be aware of the existence of the Big Five as the main cell, so to speak. So that's if I were an investigator, I would also look at the possibility of just so each structure has indications of how the operations of that cartel. Because more protect the operations and the different structures not favoring the detection. So what you do want is to the most effective structure, not only for your operations, but also to avoid detection. So I must say that sitting here, it is not obvious to me that the organogram as drawn by General Kumalo is fully representative and structure of the Big Five cartel.
Yeah.
But if you organize crime to organize corruption, you must then look at the possibility of cartels within a cartel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meaning, as some of us suspect, departments like Home Affairs, of course SAPS, and others have their own syndicates. So I think carefully in Gauteng Health is a syndicate. In what it operates within SAPS. Now these different syndicates separately and sometimes together, are involved in what we call organized corruption. Now, if we go back to Kumal's, you'll remember things about again.
Yes, because we have already heard that
by Musas.
Yes.
Yes.
And he, of course, passed away in 2024, I believe. And this is something that I've been grappling with, to the extent that, is that top block now, has it been filled? And so we've been three of five of them has passed away. So now we only have two. And it's whether that previous structure, when it was there, or was destroyed. Yeah.
We said, where's the cartel? We have a year. So, and we said that queen. Now the queen bee is no more. But before we go to the queen bee is no more, we must not assume the year of the 5.
This is what I was going to ask you, is we might know them. So what do you think could be the other members of this?
Let's say that year the big 5 is a civilian. I'm saying, we not was the year. But it's a police officer. Like David, if you can, or cartel activity in Saudi. In countries like this, what ends up happening is that both of whom doesn't a cartel is treated like and therefore the group for the military contribute is senior amongst those officers. So what has happened in countries like Mexico is that or a group of officers that becomes the dominant in terms of drug trafficking. And therefore the most important of the cartels, you know why? Because none of the cartels can outgun military officers.
Well, it makes it like linking military officers to be his bodyguards as well. Any link between the members of this cartel, allegedly.
So in a country like Mexico and other countries, sorry, is that the most feared cartel is the one that is constituted by the military. And the most feared leader of the cartel. And to cartel activity, nothing moves as sanctioned by the general. I don't know why here, but in our we must with them, and that would mean that we go back to Malos Organigram. They have maybe a police officer. I know which police officer you have in mind. You have the same one in mind, but I won't say the name. Not the case yet. If we stay on the current, the day will come when the head of the most important is a senior porter in this African. That's one of the reasons why the machines of the ATO committee and the Madanga committee look at with a sense of seriousness, because this is where we are. Also, we may head in a direction where there is a confluence of interests between insults and within the military. So, yeah, I see what you're not assuming that's to him and others. It's quite possible. In fact, my expectation is the analysis they've already done their everyday job. But I am not excluding the possibility of the analysis to analyze it. And then that takes me to the capture of evidence. Back to the ANC. What is integrity? Then there is a change in the relation between ANC and state power. And the cartels to change to their advantage. We come from a reality of the single party dominance of the ANC, which means all they have to do is to capture politicians in the ANC. The GNU is more a challenge because you now have to capture politicians in more than one party. But if you ask me, none of what I call the bigger parties have been unscathed when it comes to the capture of politics. or the capture of the political class.
Yeah.
So if I was in the EFF, I would ask him that at least the least we should suspect is that there has been an attempt to capture EFF politicians. We know there have been attempts to capture ANC politicians. If we restrictions that have to deconcentrate the economy are not the ones that they are saying should be in place. They're just saying, well, yeah, you should increase the informal sector. You can't, because the concentration is structural. So the marginal suggestions that they're making are misguided. They are not interrogating the fundamentals of concentration. That South Africa is a monopoly country.